platform, as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, that all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation. Honorable delegates have been informed that there'll be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Let me take the opportunity at this point to welcome all of those delegates who are joining us, as well as any other public representative who may not have been, say, for instance, here yesterday. So welcome to everybody. I can't say welcome, Mikalakis, because you're here. So yes. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the first order. Consideration of the Eskom Debt Relief Bill, B5-2023, National Assembly Section 77, and report of Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. Announcement tablings and committee reports, 7 June, page 128. I now call on Honorable DG Matlangu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the committee report. Matlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I have requested through the table that I address while seated. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of the Ncop, Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip of the Ncop, honorable members, permanent and special delegates present, and the MECs present and on the platform, fellow South African, Dumelang. Honorable Chairperson, it is my privilege to table before this August House a report on the Eskom debt relief bill, that is B5 of 2023, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. Honorable Chairperson, the committee adopted the report, while the DA and Freedom Front Plus, the EFF reserved their positions on the matter. Honorable Chair, the bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance on the 22nd of February 2023, together with the 2023 budget, and was referred to the committee for consideration and report on 25th May 2023. The bill provides for a direct charge against the NRF for debt relief to Eskom Holdings SOS Limited, Eskom, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. Honorable Chairperson, the committee received a briefing from the National Treasury and further consulted with the Financial and Fiscal Commission and the PBO. The Money Bills Act, read with Section 72 of the Constitution of the Republic, also mandates the committee to conduct public hearings and report to the House on comments received and proposed amendment to the bill, if any, In compliance with these provisions, Honorable Chairperson, advertisements were published in print media in all official languages, as well as on Parliament's website and social media platforms, inviting the public and interested parties to comment. Written submissions were received from stakeholders and interest parties. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, during the processing of this bill, we had public hearings and the committee observed some key issues and made the following recommendations. The Minister of Finance should gazette the Eskom Debt Relief Bill B5 of 2023, which proposes the overall allocation of 254 billion rands, consisting of 78 billion rands for the 2023-24 financial year, 66 billion rands for the 2024-25 financial year, and 40 billion rands for the 2025-26 financial year. The National Treasury should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, which I'm hopefully is going to be done today, provide a comprehensive plan on the process by which government intends to directly take over 70 billion rands from Eskom's loans portfolio in 2025-26 financial year as determined by the Minister of Finance, which is in addition to the 40 billion rands in the same year. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we further recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Public Enterprises, together with the Minister of Electricity and the Department of Cooperative Governance, should ensure that issues around load shedding are urgently resolved in order to unlock investment and job opportunities, restore South Africa's fiscal credibility, and improve much-needed economic growth, as well as credit ratings. Honorable members, we have recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Public Enterprise should ensure that corporate and fiscal government is improved through reform that enable the management and boards of state-owned entities to operational autonomy they require to make profit-maximizing decisions and eliminate political interference to enhance operational transparency and efficiency. And the political interference, I hope, will not be misinterpreted. That National Treasury, together with the Department of Public Enterprise, should come with a clear plan within 60 days of the adoption of this report, which hopefully today, to ensure that a decisive judgment is made for state-owned entities to deliver on return to investment effectively and efficiently. Failing which, Honorable Chairperson, dysfunctional SOEs should be restructured, sold off, or shut down to save the taxpayers' money. Mind you, we are anti-privatization. We also recommended that the National Treasury and the Department of Public Enterprise should ensure that explicit and progressive guidance to state-owned enterprise entities on expected rates of return and the distribution or reinvestment of profits is urgently established. The National Treasury, together with the Eskom board and the Minister of Electricity, should work out a clear plan to deal with all fiscal leakages, including intensifying the fight against crime and corruption at Eskom, and develop an accurate cost-reflective regime. This must be tabled in Parliament in the next budget cycle. Honorable Chairperson and members, whilst the committee supports government's objective to strengthen Eskom's balance sheet, it urges a National Treasury, the Minister of Electricity, Eskom and Department of Public Enterprise to fast-track the finalization of the unbundling of the entity into energy generation, transmission and distribution units, including licensing and the board. Moreover, the committee does not believe that privatizing Eskom, whose mandate is to provide a basic service to the public, will solve all the entity's problems, and that options such as public-private partnership, PPP, should instead be explored. Honorable Chairperson, National Treasury is recommended that it should, together with the Department of Public Enterprise and the Minister of Electricity, together with Eskom, within 60 days, starting from today after adoption of this report, table a clear plan to ensure that the financial sustainability of the entity is restored, and that the entity focus on the project critical for the sustainability of the grid. Honorable Chair, we also recommended that the National Treasury, the Department of Public Enterprise, and the Minister of Electricity should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, meaning today, ensure that there is a clear plan to implement the set of conditions attached to the debt relief package, and Eskom should report on a timely basis to monitor progress. That National Treasury and the Department of COGTA, together with Eskom board, should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, determine which municipal debt is recoverable and which is not, before writing off debt to Eskom, even after complying with the set conditions. That is very important. Moreover, Honorable Chairperson, the Department of COGTA and SALGA need to ensure that all indigent households continue to receive their free electricity. That National Treasury, together with the Department of Corporate Governance and SALGA, should ensure that within 90 days of the adoption of this report, municipalities develop a clear plan to make sure that funds generated from electricity tariffs that are due to Eskom are ring-fenced to pay the entity. Failing which, the committee recommends that legislation, or if needs be, the constitution be amended to enable National Treasury to slice off monies owed by Eskom by municipalities before transferring their equitable share. While I conclude, Chairperson, in future, the Minister of Public Enterprise, the Minister of Electricity and Eskom board should ensure that chief executive officers with the requisite qualifications, relevant experience and expertise in the electricity engineering field are appointed in Eskom, given the complex nature of the entity and the energy sector. That committee recommends that the Department of Electricity should be assigned its own official budget vote. I therefore request the August House to adopt the bill without amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will then proceed, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. And just to remind honorable members. It's going to be a very, very long day. So the more we keep to what is expected of us, the better. So maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Anyone wishing to make a declaration? Ocampo?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Inefficient SOEs place a heavy burden on the fiscus as public resources are diverted away from other social and infrastructure expenditure priorities. This is again the case with this bill. Corruption and mismanagement is at the core of Eskom's financial problems. The elimination thereof, as well as the recovery of stolen funds, transparency, accountability, and a change in the culture of non-payment should be pursued by Eskom. We have unfortunately seen in the past how these issues have not been prioritized by Eskom and this government. South Africans watched as witness after witness told the Zondo Commission about the scale of corruption and mismanagement within Eskom. When we, however, saw how government ministers attacked the former CEO, Mr. Andre de Ruyter, after his revelations of the deep-rooted corruption within Eskom, we have little hope that this government is serious about rooting out corruption in this entity. We do not believe that the ANC government has got the political will to truly address the concerns raised about corruption and mismanagement within Eskom. The recovery of municipal debt is of utmost importance. We therefore welcome the committee's recommendation that municipalities must develop a clear plan to ensure that funds generated from electricity tariffs that are due to Eskom are ring-fenced in order to pay Eskom. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairperson, we know how the vast majority of ANC-run municipalities will vehemently oppose this limit on their cash on hand because it will greatly reduce their opportunities to enrich themselves. The DA fully agree with the proposal that was made by Dear South Africa, who said that the Eskom crisis must be stopped, and the recommendations that they gave included a strong call for privatization, a reduction in the amount of employees, and the employment of skilled individuals instead of the deployment of unskilled cadres, all of which will be required for Eskom to have any hope of survival. Constant bailouts, political interference, and a lack of convictions remain unaddressed. The DA is concerned that this bill is being implemented in the absence of a larger government vision and plan, not only for the future of Eskom, but for the South African electricity industry as a whole, was echoed even by the PBO. Furthermore, the FFC said that numerous bailouts to Eskom have not yielded the desired results, and that it remained unconvinced that the proposed opaque conditions will be effective this time. We fully agree with them and thus therefore not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Any other declaration?
EFF.
None.
EFF.
Thank you very much.
EFF Chair. Chairperson, EFF.
Mletane, yes, please proceed.
Thank you.
Honorable Mletane, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF reject the proposed Eskom debt relief bill, and we reject it for both practical and principled reasons. As the EFF Chairperson, we agree that we need to recapitalize Eskom, and we need to give Eskom enough money to maintain its overall generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure, complete the outstanding work in Medupi, and to see the power plants.
And all other people who are virtual, please ensure that you speak to the mic a bit louder, a bit slower. So asking all of you out there, just to ensure that you remain audible and that we follow what is being said. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the EFF Chairperson, we agree that We need to recapitalize Eskom, and we need to give Eskom enough money to maintain its overall generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. Complete the outstanding work in Medupi and Kusile power plants as soon as possible, and build additional generation capacity. However, the bill before this House seeks to do the opposite. We want to warn all South Africans in this House today that this bill is not going to solve any problem. If anything, it will only fast track the national grid collapse, and unequivocal conditionality was set for Eskom that the 260 billion allocated to Eskom's balance sheet must not be spent on electricity generation. Instead, the money we are told about here today to give to Eskom is to repay the loans. The bill we are tabling today should be allocating money to new and additional generation, additional capacity, to bring additional electricity to the grid, to protect the economy and improve our people's livelihood. The bill should be allocating money to insulate essential services such as water supply, clinics, small and medium enterprises, and other essential infrastructures from damages that may occur as a result of electricity blackout or a complete grid collapse. We should be allocating money to both hybrid and grid and microgrid electricity solutions for metropolitan municipalities and strategic sectors such as agriculture to ensure food security. House Chairperson, we should be allocating money to comprehensive conditional plans
As you
for
conclude,
metropolitan
Honorable Mletsane,
municipalities and municipalities for and grid for that. We should be allocating money to attract investment and special economic zones for manufacturing the panels. But we know there is no capacity. We do not understand why Minister of Enterprise has not resigned. He failed the people of South Africa and he must resign. Our people has affordable, interrupted, sustainable and dependable supply of electricity. EFF reject the proposed Eskom debt relief bill. Thank you, Chair.
thank you very much. We'll move on and have the next declaration from honorable member. Yeah.
Now, thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing me. I rise here on behalf of the African National Congress to support this debt relief bill. The Eskom debt relief bill is a critical part of implementing government's turnaround strategy to reduce load shedding and resolve the energy crisis in the country. We do understand the confusion, and I think it's an issue of concepts and not understanding the appropriation processes. One is talking about recapitalization, but the problem at Eskom is the debt, and we need a debt relief. And therefore, this process is about injecting resources at Eskom so that Eskom can deal with the challenges. The Minister of Finance announced the 240 billion debt relief in the budget speech, and this is geared at reducing the debt liability of the entity to a manageable level. Eskom has always suggested that it is unable to deal with such a debt liability. There are a number of critical areas which need to be highlighted in relation to why this intervention is a positive intervention to ensure the reduction of load shedding and the energy crisis in the country. This intervention by the shareholder ensures that there is a major reduction in the debt liability of Eskom, for which there were government guarantees. Eskom itself was unable to deal with such a large debt liability, and that any default on the part of the entity would have created a sovereign debt crisis. This is a planned intervention to deal with that challenge specifically. It is also to ensure that Eskom is a going concern through the reduction of the debt liability. Over the past 2 financial years, Eskom has made a 20 billion operational profit, but this was drowned out by the debt liability. Over the past financial year, Eskom spent 1.9 billion from its own cash. The Eskom debt relief bill will also ensure that Eskom will be able to fund further maintenance from its revenue streams to ensure that the plants are more reliable. Eskom, being a going concern, will reduce upward pressure on electricity tariffs as the formula for calculation takes into the revenue requirement the debt service cost in as much as the entity seeks regulatory relief from the municipal debt. This intervention by the ANC government also enables.
Did you
the
conclude,
restructuring-
Mkiva?
Yes, I'm concluding now, Chairperson. This intervention by the ANC government also enables the restructuring of the entity so that it can be completed. It is for this reason, Chair, that the ANC supports this particular debt relief bill, and we must ensure that this House approves that ASAP.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration? None. Before we proceed to voting, honorable members, I shall now allow 1 minute to delegates who are outside the House to join the House. The minute starts now. I'm sure honorable members know that from now onwards, it will no longer be a minute. It will go down to seconds. Yeah, okay. Mm. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now ask those members who are voting in favor to please raise their hands. Huh? I guess the table is done. So the hands may be lowered as we prepare for the next vote. I now ask those who are voting against to please raise their hands and keep them there. The count is completed, I guess, and the hands may now be lowered. We'll move on to those who are abstaining. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? None. I guess we can then move on. Accounting is now closed. The results on the table are as follows. In favor, 30, against 18, abstentions 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution.
Chairperson,
On-
did you note us on the virtual platform? I didn't hear you talking about us. If you have, it's okay.
Eh? The votes on the virtual platform were checked.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
That was done. That was done by the table, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to voting on the votes and the schedule to appropriation bill, I wish to remind you of the following. I know, the day is long, so people forget. So please be reminded of the following. Where there is a call for a division, a vote shall be carried and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted and there will be no need for a division. Thirdly, a delegate wishing to call for division must draw the attention of the chair to that fact. And in terms of the rules, a call for division must be supported by at least 4 delegates, as members know. Delegates who might not be in the waiting room and outside of the chamber will be given for the first vote 2 minutes to join the House and 15 seconds in respect of the votes thereafter. No delegate shall be allowed to access the House whilst voting is in progress. Once the question is put, delegates who wish to cast their votes must do so by using the raise your hand function. Delegates must keep their hands raised until vote closes. Procedural staff shall tally the votes. The host shall lower all hands after every vote. If a delegate is disconnected whilst voting takes place, the vote of the delegate shall be ascertained and the record shall be amended accordingly. And lastly, a delegate who wishes to make a declaration of vote must use the raise your hand function or raise his or her hand. Once recognized, the delegate should indicate his and or her name, party, and do the declaration of the vote. So honorable delegates will now proceed to the second order, consideration of votes and schedules, appropriation bill 2023, National Assembly, section 77. Yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
On what point I raise the honorable member?
It's just a note to chair to you that please, there is an indication that some members, special delegates were removed from the platform. If you could just check it up, Chairperson, and maybe advise the table to accept whips so that they can monitor those who want to vote double standard here.
Yes. Yeah, we'll ask the table to pay attention to the issue. I'm sure it's a fairly straightforward matter. Team, on what point are you rising?
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 69(1), which says that I can raise a point of order and I can speak to the general substance of the point of order. I don't have to quote a rule. You must read your book, by the way. Anyway, sorry, young honourable member. The honourable member finished off his comment saying to make sure that there's going to be no double standard voting here. That is an inference that there would be cheating or illegality on the side of the members of the House. That's a disparaging remark, and I ask that he withdraw, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, just to remind you again, the day is going to be long. It's going to be long. Please don't make it longer. Please don't make it longer. So we're now on the second order, and I now put vote 1, the presidency. Any party wishing to make a declaration, and please be reminded 3 minutes maximum per declaration. The EFF, Honorable Mukause.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson of the Council. My apologies, Chairperson, for not switching on my video. We are load shedded the site. Allow me not to switch on my video, Chair. Thank you.
Please proceed.
The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed vote for the presidency. We reject the budget for the presidency as since he took office, the number of unemployed people in this country have increased, so as the number of discouraged workers and the number of people who are not in education, training, or any employment. Chairperson, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa has demonstrated incapacity and incompetence in resolving many of the crises confronting South Africans and has been persistent in his attempts to avoid genuine accountability and transparency. We reject the budget of the presidency, who has failed to appropriate land without compensation. As the EFF, we have on several occasions stated that we want the Constitution to acknowledge that land, like mineral resources and water, all natural resources and the common heritage belonging to all of our people must be returned to our people and must benefit South Africans, and that we must expropriate all land and place it under the custodianship of a democratic state, as this is the most practical way to address the land question. We want our land for those who were dispossessed and were not compensated. Therefore, we cannot compensate if we expropriate land. We also reject the budget of the president, who has failed to decisively stabilize and revitalize state-owned entities in South Africa. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa has failed to lead South Africa in all respects. And as the EFF, we refuse to legitimize his regime of corruption, anti-constitutionalism, and rolling electricity blackouts. Therefore, we reject this budget with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Labuskakne.
Honorable Chair, fellow South Africans, in the past 5 years, the ANC presidency did not change into a new dawn for South Africa as we were promised, nor into a leadership ensuring political stability and hope. To the contrary, this presidency is known for 110 commissions, plans, forums, war rooms, and councils, with more negative than positive impact on the economy at large, as well as on every citizen. The prime example is the Zondo Commission report that cost taxpayers 1 billion rand, had 1,438 people implicated. But here we are 1 year later and not one substantial arrest has been made. Pala and the non-alignment on the Russia and Ukraine war seems destined to re-establish South Africa's pariah status. A DA presidency will be decisive, enable innovation, economic growth, and ensure job creation, as we are doing where we govern. Where we govern, our leadership acts swiftly to the betterment of the people and not to the betterment of a political party. This was evident when Alan Winde led a delegation to the United States to make sure that SA does not kicked out of the AGOA. We cannot support this budget.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Mahai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and recognition to the MECs that are in the House, in particular from the Gauteng province and all in the platform. Honorable Chairperson, assembled in a truly People's Congress at Kliptown in the dusty street of Soweto in 1955, the people of South Africa across all races, social classes, and religious affiliations proclaim, among others, and I quote, that the people shall govern and no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people, close quote. 39 years later, on the 27th April 1994, they went out in their millions to cast their vote for the first democratically elected government with the overwhelming majority supporting the African National Congress, a democratic mandate that they renewed in successive elections until the last elections in 2019 that elected President Cyril Ramaphosa as president. We stand here today as the African National Congress to remind all in sundry that the ANC is not governing this country by default, but on the basis of the will of the democratic majority. The president as head of government and national executive has the democratic mandate to lead, oversee, coordinate, direct the transformative policies of government, and act as a point of contact with the international community in pursuance of a strategic goal of just, equitable, and peaceful world order. In his inaugural address as President of South Africa in 2018, President Ramaphosa committed, among others, to intensify fight against corruption and crime, reconfigure the national departments, consult with all political parties and civil society on major policy decisions, intensify African unity and integration, continue the agenda of placing South Africa at the beachhead of the just, equitable, and peaceful global order. There can be no doubt that today our government enjoys improved coherence across all departments and three spheres, improved standing in the continental, international, political, and trade relations, and most importantly, transparency and improved relations with civil society and opposition parties that are turning and tossing here in this house today. Today, the world and South Africans can see intensified efforts against corruption and crime through daily arrest of criminal syndicates and uncovering them, unmasking them for who they are. It is on this basis that I stand here today on behalf of the African National Congress to declare our undivided support to this vote. We support the vote of the president as the ANC.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will now proceed to finding out whether there's an indication for the division as already stated. The DA,
The DA calls for a
and
division.
whether there are 4 delegates supporting this. Yeah. So there's called for a division, noted, and the 4 delegates are there. Division having been called, we will now ask those who are outside of the virtual platform to join the house. If you can try and keep the noise to a minimum. Thank you very much. Yeah. And that's yes, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll keep our sitting positions as done right now, and that will save us a bit of time. Thank you very much. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. I will now ask all those who wish to vote in favor to raise their hands. And please keep it there until the counting is done. Counting is complete. Please lower your hands. Can those who are voting against, please do the same, raise their hands and keep them up there. Those voting against, well done. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. We now proceed to those who are abstaining. Please raise your hands and keep them up there. So none. Voting is now closed. We await the results. From the table, the indication is as follows. 35 in favor, 20 against, 0 abstentions. So the vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. Now we move to vote 2, Parliament. I now put vote 2 in front of the House. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make the declarations. Again, maximum time allocated is 3 minutes. We'll start with the EFF, Honorable Mletsane.
It's Honorable Mukause.
Okay, please proceed.
Chairperson, once again, please allow me to speak without my video on. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for Parliament. We reject the budget of Parliament, which fails to fulfill its constitutional mandate of representing the interest of our people at large, as well as the interest of provinces in the national spheres of government. We reject the budget of Parliament, which has been unable to fulfill its primary responsibility of holding Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa accountable and instead chooses to protect him for the role which he continues to play in destroying South Africa. Chairperson, Parliament is completely failing to play its oversight role. As a member of Parliament, we believe they are answerable to the ANC rather than electorates. We reject the budget of Parliament, which continues to give credence and legitimacy to incompetence, failure, and corruption, which constitutes the ultimate betrayal of the people of South Africa. This Parliament chair has offered nothing in terms of resolving the problems confronting our society at large. It has also failed to initiate or prepare legislation, and there exists no plan to build state capacity. As the EFF, we once again reiterate our call that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa must resign now. With all the allegations of corruption, with all the allegations of maladministration, with all allegations of women abuse in his Pala farm, it is evident that he cannot lead South Africa, therefore he must resign. We as the EFF rejects this budget of Parliament with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to Honorable Tim Protestant.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Perhaps the EFF mixed up the budget vote declarations on that one. Sounded like it was about the president. But anyway, Honourable Chair, this speech is addressed at the South African residents watching today, not you lot. Those watching today on TV right now, or perhaps those who will see this fine declaration on social media later. My fellow South Africans, it is common cause that the Constitution of South Africa forms the basis of our democracy and that Parliament defends that Constitution. I know that you all look at Parliament with a jaundiced eye, wondering what on earth we do here. You see the shouting, fighting, childish behavior, and you shake your heads. Many in these halls have acted dishonorably and should be sanctioned for doing so. It is in this spirit of defiance that I stand today on behalf of the DA and reject with contempt the budget that the ANC will no doubt blindly agree to. Why? My opposition to this budget is that it represents a steady erosion of the budget allocated to Parliament. I oppose this budget because Parliament requested 4.3 billion rand to do its job properly and received 3.8 billion rand, some 500 million rand shy of what it needs. I reject this budget because it effectively rejects the recommendations of the Zondo Commission because no work is being done. If the DA controlled this budget, we would invest in the core business program. The DA argues that this program is the most important as it forms the intellectual backbone of Parliament. It is the foundational knowledge that would help this House, which should primarily be focused on reviewing, amending, or creating legislation that will find practical and effective purchase on the ground and amongst our people. The DA would hire eager and fiery young researchers, determined to hold the executive accountable, rather than the minions who simply summarize documents and make a couple of inane comments that the members know anyway. The DA would use that research to change committee meetings from chummy engagements to tough inquisitorial hearings with structure and purpose, where no quarter is offered or given. So while our secretary is calling out for help, the ANC comrades will vote in favour. It does appear that this ANC is quite content to let this fine institution slide down a slippery slope into the insignificant status of a lapdog to the executive. It is time to protect the people of South Africa from this narcissistic organisation and restore true constitutional purpose of Parliament. Ilanga liashona ANC. Siyabongela. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ratasa, I feel shame for you because you are alone in that corner. As the ANC, we are not alone. We are not prepared to follow that ignorance that you have taken, you have chosen. Chairperson, Parliament is an arm of the state which plays a central role in advancing our constitutional democracy. It is in Parliament where laws are developed and amended. Parliament is a tribune of the people, and since the democratic government of the African National Congress has advanced the transformative legislation and advanced the people's interest. The budget vote number 2 plays a critical role in ensuring that Parliament has an institution that has the sufficient capacity to execute its constitutional role. The oversight and accountability functions of Parliament require strategic support to enhance the ability of representatives of the people who execute their mandates in Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, the current financial year budget includes an allocation for the restoration of Parliament, which has had a detrimental effect on the efficient and effective functioning of Parliament. Through the banning of Parliament, was, though the burning of the parliament was tragic, our efforts for restoration should be guided by the principle of rebuilding for exclusion, for inclusion. Our parliament should be accessible for persons, for persons with disabilities, and should represent the heritage and the diversity of our nation. And then, Chair, we are confident that the processes that is already underway to restore the parliament will be executed efficiently. As the ANC, we welcome the fact that Parliament continue to obtain a clean audit, which represents good governance in the part of the Parliament's institute administration. Management of public funds is critical, and Parliament is prudent in this regard. Parliament is expected to be involved in global matters through various multilateral bodies, parliamentary unions, and bilateral engagement. Honorable Chairperson, this enables the South African Parliament to
please conclude, Honorable Member.
contribute on resolution of various global challenges and to advance developmental goals for the better African world. I thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this vote is agreed to, and the objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 3, cooperative governance. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. So the first political party is the EFF, followed by FF Plus, by the IFP, DA, and lastly the ANC. So we'll start with Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm requesting to keep my video off because of network.
Please proceed.
Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We reject the budget of this department as it fails to perform its oversight role on the functionality and good governance that is expected from all spheres of government. The EFF rejects the budget of a department that has no support base or monitoring tools for municipalities and repeatedly receives disclaimed audit opinions in the municipalities such as Joe Morolong local municipality in the Northern Cape for the past 7 years. Local government continues to be characterized by dysfunctionality, financial mismanagement, council and administrator instability, and crumbling municipal infrastructure. We see the dysfunctionality of these municipalities through the service delivery protest held every day in this country. We note the slow pace in the response in these matters, and the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Detroit. Honorable Detroit.
Honorable De Bruin, Chairperson, no declaration from the Freedom Front Plus.
I couldn't hear that. If you can just please repeat, Honorable Member.
Honorable Detroit is unfortunately not available. There will be no declaration from the Freedom Front Plus.
So would you like to speak? No, thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Hatebe from the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Though we had never indicated that we wanted to make any declaration, but as the opportunity has presented itself, I would want to say that on behalf of the IFP, that Section 154 of the Constitution mandates that government support and strengthen municipal capacity to manage their own affairs, exercise their powers, and perform their allocated functions. However, the National Treasury has advised defaulting municipalities that if they want to their Eskom debt scrapped, they have to collect electricity revenue from consumers and cut off those consumers who default. This ultimatum, Honorable Chairperson, clearly indicates that the lack of understanding our government has for the circumstances in municipalities with high numbers of indigent households, especially considering that local government only received 9.1% of the percentage share allocation from the national fiscus, which have proven to be utterly insufficient for municipalities to deliver. Honorable Chairperson, that is as far as the IFP can contribute in declaring, but we support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable CFB Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Municipalities throughout the ANC-run provinces are a hot mess with no hope of any improvements under the ANC government. Section 139 interventions are little too late and tremendously costly and highly ineffective, as it is abused by the ANC to manipulate political outcomes instead of fixing the problems. The DDM is a non-starter to begin with, as it will never pass a test in the Constitutional Court, and is clearly an attempt by the ANC national government to regain control in provinces and municipalities it lost, and to control the budgets, as that is what they are actually after, the money. Contrary to that, the DA-run municipalities have clean audits, and that is clearly shown in the audit report that came out recently, where 19 municipalities in the Western Cape got clean audits. The DA will make sure that we get rid of cadre deployment and we employ fit for purpose people to run our municipalities, and make sure that there's accountability, and that the IDP process is based on the will of the people and not a plan that is developed somewhere and then forced onto the communities. We will not support this useless ANC budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable TSC Dodovu. Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Since we started this session,
just a minute.
This morning.
Just a second, Honorable
okay.
Dodovu, a second. Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Not Bond Horizon.
Honorable Smith say it's a useless. Is it parliamentary?
Yeah, no. Not that's not the point of order.
It's useless. Is it okay? Okay, if it's okay, DA is useless.
Yes. Okay. Honorable members,
if the shoe fits, stand up.
Members, the day is going to be long. So don't make it longer. Don't make it longer. Honorable Dodovu, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Since we started this session this morning, we have listened to the resolute and steadfast objections to anything that the ANC has tabled to resolve the challenges facing our country. This unholy alliance and coalition of collaborators and accomplices comprise of the ultra-right wing parties led by the DA and the Freedom Front Plus on the one side, and the ultra-left wing parties led by the EFF. We expect them to continue their collaboration of opposition throughout these votes today. As the ANC, we shall not go down to their levels of useless pessimism and negativity because they will beat us with experience. Throughout this budget vote of the department, Honorable Chair, which aims to effectively pursue initiatives and schemes that foster development and provision of economic opportunities in our rural regions. Currently, the process of urbanization in our country has given rise to a growing gap between urban and rural areas. This divide has led to various issues, including spatial fragmentation, racial and social divisions, inadequate public services and infrastructure, and struggling economies. The department recognizes that these challenges need to be attended to by prioritizing rural development through the allocated budget. Several district and metropolitan municipalities has brought attention to the obstacles hindering the implementation of economic recovery plans by municipalities, and we need to attend to this. And on coalition, a framework is required to provide guidance to political parties and independent councillors regarding the establishment of durable governments to ensure that they achieve their own objectives. We are saying as the ANC, Honorable Chair, that this budget presents us with a new community works program approach that aims to reduce dependence and fragmentation that we have seen in previous terms. But we are also saying that issues around climate change have also got to be addressed, and they are fully encapsulated, and that we are saying the National Disaster Management Center has to undertake a comprehensive review of the National Disaster Management Framework. In that sense, Honorable Chair, we are saying that we support this particular budget because the minister, the new minister and the deputies, they are resolute to ensure that they bring about stability. And we must not listen to these useless oppositions that keep on coming and rendering us ineffective in terms of what we want to do. In that sense, as the ANC, we support this budget vote. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can this be formally indicated? Yes, Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The DA call for division.
Yeah, can we get an indication of the 4 members? Yeah, thank you very much. We'll move on. There'll now be a 15-second window for delegates who are outside to come into the meeting and the city. 15 seconds. Yes, thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Those delegates wishing to vote in favor, please raise your hands. And please keep your hands up there until counting is done. Done. I'm sure the hands can be lowered. We'll then proceed to those who wish to vote against. Please raise your hands and keep them up there. Some I don't do what we're doing. One hand up, not two. Okay. Are we done? Then thank you very much. Please lower your hands. Those who wishes to abstain, any abstentions? Those abstaining, none. Thank you very much. Counting is completed. We will now go to the results as presented by the table. The results are as follows: in favor, 35, against 30, abstentions 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll move to vote 4. So I put vote 4 in front of you. Government communication and information systems. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make their declarations. EFF and the ANC. Start with Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson,
Yes, please proceed.
it's Mukause.
Mkause, yes.
Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget vote of communication and digital technologies. We believe that this ANC government, which does not encourage and support community knowledge and information, has failed in this department. Chairperson, we say so because across the country, community radio station has been closed due to lack of funding. Those who are charged with responsibility to fund and monitor these stations failed as a result, led to non-accountability and closure of these stations. Some stations remains open, but with no funding. For an example, Kurara FM in the Northern Cape, one of them, Sitsoto FM in the Free State. These are community stations who are struggling without funding. People working in the station remains unpaid and remain not supported by those charged with this responsibility. And this government keeps a blind eye to such developments. Chair, these community radio stations, majority of times, remains the only source of information to rural areas. These communities remains uninformed with all the happenings of this country. And as the EFF, we believe that these actions by the ruling party are deliberate so that they are kept in power. Communities must not be aware of the corruptions happening within the government led by the ANC. Therefore, they are orchestrating these type of actions by those charged to fund this a radio station, not to fund them, so that our communities remains in the dark and continue voting for them. And that, chairperson, alone is a crime against humanity. We therefore reject this budget vote of communications and digital technologies with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to Honorable BB.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Smith, don't ever say that ANC is useless, because ETA is useless. The ANC support the budget, vote for. This year we are celebrating Youth Day, and we continue to celebrate the entire month of June, which we observe a Youth Month under the theme Accelerating Youth Economic Emancipation for a Sustainable Future. It is widely acknowledged that the youth of our country is confronted with a number of challenges, primarily relating to unemployed amongst other things. In efforts to draw more young people into the economy, our government has initiated various youth development and empowerment initiatives to support young people. These range from employment opportunities, formal education and training, learnership and internships, as well as support for youth entrepreneurship. In staying true to its mandate to provide timely, accurate and reliable information to the people of the country, government communication and information system plays a pivotal role in ensuring that no one is left behind. Young people in Chisive, a village of Venda, and Soimane in KZN, or even Lusigisi in the Eastern Cape, amongst others, should be afforded the same opportunity and equal access to information on these important programs, similarly to their peers in the big cities, such as Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban. Honorable Chairperson, to this end, the ANC welcomes that over the medium terms, GCIS will be conducting activations across the country that entails direct interactions with citizens, mostly in area-specific local languages. Key activities include printing pamphlets and information brochures, advertising on social media, as well as the use of radio and television stations. Vuk'uzenzele plays an integral part in rendering core communication services, as it is only newspaper dedicated to publishing on government's key priorities. Therefore, we support the printing and distribution of 10.2 million copies per year, which will culminate in the allocation of the 63 million over the medium term. While we believe that more financial and non-financial support needs to go to the MDDA in order for it to expand on its mandate, we welcome that in the medium term, the entity will be able to support 64 communities broadcast projects and 18 communities and small commercial media print and digital projects through grant funding. Funding for these projects is set to amount of 116 million over the MTEF period. I thank you, Chairperson.
So in favor is 35, against is 20, and abstention is 0. And I do the correction in terms of Rule 83 of the rules that allows for the chairperson to correct the error. So formally, I'm doing that now. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll proceed to vote 5, Home Affairs. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. And those parties are the EFF, the DA, and the ANC. So we'll start with Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi, I know that you and Nyambi are having a very interesting discussion, but now it's your turn. It's your turn to make a declaration, Madam.
It's Honorable Lamini, not Mr. Chair.
Oh, Lamini, okay. Lamini,
Yes, Chair.
please
I'm ready,
proceed.
Chair. We reject the budget of Home Affairs, in particular because of the wavering of the Zimbabwean exemption permit, leaving Zimbabweans in this country dangling for another 6 months, facing challenges obtaining bank cards, driver's licenses, and having to spend a lot of money on waiver application. There is no decisive effort to give aid to asylum and refugees in this country. The immigration services of the department is failing through system failures, technical issues, which is a frustrating process due to unfriendly staff, backlogs, and system failures. The list of grievances, which include the long list of queues, system being offline, and a handful of people being assisted, meaning repeated visits to the local department before any assistance can be received. It is also concerning, Chair, that the procurement process of the IT systems and how it's handled in Home Affairs, especially with the international company that was mandated to install an automated biometric identification system and could not deliver on its mandate. Chairperson, for these reasons, the EFF decisively rejects the budget for Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, a budget worth supporting should reflect at its heart the values and principles of the department by delivering the stated services to those utilizing the services to a measurable scale of satisfaction. There is very little practical evidence that the Department of Home Affairs is capable or interested in providing the services to all those entitled to its services. Staff shortages, budget cuts, and regular network failures are causing block-long queues outside offices across our country. Fraud and corruption have become endemic and nurtured within the system. Whistleblowers are thrown to the wolves, preventing sound financial management and the regression of service delivery to South African citizens. The Department of Home Affairs has become the Department of lame excuses, where every suggested solution is greeted by a string of obstacles and more excuses, from network failures, rolling blackouts to the burning of Parliament even. Even Constitution Court orders are being ignored by the Department of Home Affairs. The only positive aspect of Home Affairs, if there ever was one, is that it's become a perfect example of the incompetent ANC governance, failing to those seeking their services on a daily basis. On behalf of those that have to spend countless hours, days, and years waiting for an identity, travel, registration, birth, or death document, the Democratic Alliance rejects this budget categorically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. We'll proceed to Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC support for the adoption of the budget vote 5 of the Department of Home Affairs and its entities is informed by the engagement the Select Committee on Justice and Security had with the department on its annual performance plan. Among other things, we support the budget allocation to programs that will address the challenges of long queues in Home Affairs offices, the challenges of network connectivity, and the modelization of Home Affairs offices to fast-track services to our people. We also support the budget allocations to the Border Management Authority to further execute its mandate of border management and control, and those address the challenges of illegal migration. We further support the transfers of in the budget to the IEC, in particular for the preparation of the 2024 national and provincial elections to ensure free and fair elections, as well as the transfers of the government printing works. ANC support the adoption of the budget vote 5 of the Department of Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can this be formally indicated?
The DA call for division.
First, thank you very much. Can we have the 4 supporting MPs? Thank you very much. So indicated. We'll now have 15 seconds for a window period. Let's see how that goes. To allow those who are in the chamber and then those who are not in the chamber and or virtual platform to come back to the sitting. Okay. 15 seconds. Thank you very much. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Can I ask those who are wish to vote in favor to raise their hands? And please keep those hands up there until counting is done. Done. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. I now ask those who are voting against to please raise their hands.
Must not ask there or online, Chairperson. Hey, a person can win a conference with 1 vote.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to those who are abstaining. Please raise your hands. Definitely none in the house. Those abstaining? Voting is now closed. And the results are submitted by the table as follows. In favor, 38. Against, 22. Abstentions, 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We now move to vote 6, international relations and cooperation. So I put the vote in front of the sitting. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations: the EFF, the DA, and the ANC. We'll start again with Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budget vote for international relations and cooperation. The idea of relative autonomy of subnational governments, which is embedded in the South Africans' 1996 Constitution, has remained largely underdeveloped, owing to factors such as inherent ambiguities in the constitutional design a strong centralizing efforts on the part of the ruling party, and generally weak provincial capacities. Consequently, relations between national and domestic countries have only focused on technical matters and not focused on systematic changes. There is no direct indication or effort from the ruling party to eradicate the imperialist interference to make financial and political systems independent from former colonialists. We reject the budget of a department that does not address any of the insurgencies faced by countries in this continent that have vast mineral resources such as Mali, Nigeria, and Somalia. The silence of the department was worrying when the Ugandan president signed the anti-homosexuality bill into law. We reject a budget of a department that makes us vulnerable to imperialist agenda, compromising the autonomy of this country. The EFF calls for an independent United States of Africa, one currency, one president. Seeing that this will not be possible with the ANC government, we wait for the decisive victory of the EFF government. We reject this budget.
Thank you very much. The next is Honorable G. Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. You know, when they call our party useless, was that the word? When they call our party useless, we can laugh about it because we know it's not true. But when the ANC gets called useless, you get upset because you know we've touched a nerve. Chairperson, the ANC was too scared to debate this vote, removing it very quietly from the schedule. They do not want to debate how this ANC government is placing jobs at risk because of their flimsy foreign policy, most notably its effect on the AGOA agreement. The ANC's support for Russia is costing ordinary people their jobs and has a direct effect on food prices when people are already starving. South Africa's foreign policy should not be influenced by the ideology of a political party. It should be rooted in human rights and the basic principles of our constitution. That should be the anchor of our foreign policy, which should give clarity and certainty and encourage trust in our foreign partners and with our foreign partners. Under the ANC, we no longer have a foreign policy anchored in the respect for democracy and human rights, and the DA government will ensure that we return to our constitutional values. We cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Dango.
Chairperson, we affirm our support for the 2023 budget table by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Despite challenging economic conditions, we commend the department for its commitment to South Africa, and to a better and more peaceful world. Now, we follow the non-aligned movement policy of seeking peace. We are not warmongers. We'd rather die for many things than kill for many things. Unlike other people who served in the armies and have killed before. Chairperson, we encourage closer coordination between government and business to promote our economic interests and an equal partnership in global economic affairs. We welcome the budget and appreciate the work done by our foreign missions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Honorable delegates, the vote is therefore agreed to, and the objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the TA are noted. We'll move on then to vote 7. So I put vote 7 in front of this sitting. National School of Government. The vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We then move on to vote 8.
Chairperson?
Yeah.
Chair, can
Yes.
you note the objection of the EFF on the budget vote of National School of Governance?
Noted. Noted. Thank you very much. We then move on to vote 8, National Treasury. I put vote 8, National Treasury. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, the EFF, the DA, and the ANC. We'll start with Honorable Mletsane. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for National Treasury. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters since inception stood at the forefront of the struggle for state development and the building of our country to its fullest capacity, so much as that the development of the state stands enshrined in the 7 cardinal pillars of the EFF. For the state is well placed to drive the economical and industrial development of its people. Government has failed to create jobs, increase skills levels, or tackle poverty. We live with large income of inequalities. Corruption remains a serious challenge as it cripples the ability of a state to pursue its commitments to economic development by draining resources away from economic development. Loss of revenue has had tremendous consequences for the economy, including negative impact on economic growth. EFF reject this vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ncop.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It is alarming to note the creeping up of the servicing cost of the sovereign debt over the years. One of the key risks that we face is the fact that a portion of this debt is foreign currency denominated debt, and the servicing cost of this debt is intrinsically linked to the rand exchange rate. The exchange rate is a measure of the demand for our currency, a demand that is impacted by disastrous international relations policies, a demand that is impacted by bad policy decisions on race-based employment regulations, a demand that is impacted by regressions into the race classifications of the apartheid regime, a demand that is impacted by the inability of our government to provide electricity while still clinging onto a state monopoly on the generation of electricity, a demand that is impacted by policy uncertainty and the ongoing direct threat to property ownership rights, compounded by the breakdown of the rule of law. The Treasury is seeing firsthand the tailing off of the tax collection windfalls that was a lifesaver to this government over the past few years. But they are now experiencing the impact of not using those windfalls to reduce our debt burden and choosing rather to spend more money, living for the moment instead of taking a longer-term view. Let us look at the biggest item in Treasury's appropriation, the equitable share, a large proportion of which goes towards the public wage bill in provinces and municipalities. Organized local government in the form of SALGA, together with provinces, keep calling for a full review of equitable share and the formula thereof. The FFC, a constitutional body, and the PBO, a creation of the Money Bills Act, agree that it should be changed. Even the Select Committee on Appropriations unanimously has added its voice to this. But today, in spite of all the agreement that this budget is not properly being applied, the governing party, who consider themselves to be the ruling party, will yield to the executive and rubber stamp this appropriation. I urge you, colleagues, as we divide to vote on Treasury's allocation, to oppose this vote in solidarity with the provinces who we say we represent, and in solidarity with the people of South Africa who we say we represent. I urge you to vote no on this item. Thank you, Chair. The DA also calls for a division.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Mkiva.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC is fully in support of this budget vote for the National Treasury, because the National Treasury Department plays a very key important role in the transformation of our country. In fact, our Treasury is regarded as one of the most progressive ones in the world, not just in Africa. People fly in to come and benchmark with the work that we are doing, because there is efficacy in our national treasury, there is professionalism, and there's precision on each and everything that we do. We respond to the socio-economic conditions of our country, and we oversee the macro and microeconomic policy trajectory, which is very progressive because it seeks to address the historical imbalances. Those people who refer to our policies as unprogressive are blindsided because they are not being objective to the fact that the majority of the South Africans were excluded for more than 300 years in the economy of this country. And the Treasury Department is on course, and I can tell you that the master plan in the form of the economic recovery plan is actually helping us to turn around the fortunes of our country. The fact that the National Revenue Fund of our country is in a sound place, it is because of the management tools of our own national treasury. Don't laugh because the tax collections in our country are very healthy, and there has been an improvement from one financial year to the other. Chairperson, I therefore wish to rise on behalf of the ANC to say that we support this particular budget for the National Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to, and the objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted.
The DA calls for a division, Chair.
Sorry?
The DA calls for a division, Chair.
I guess we have a right to do that. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. Let's see if the numbers of MPs supporting this is correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll therefore go back to the procedure. Let's try and see. So the question is that the vote be agreed to. Those who are voting in favor of this vote, please indicate by raising your hand.
Let's see who don't support their provinces now.
Please raise your hands. Don't do that. Yeah. Please indicate when you're done. Are you done? Yes.
Chair,
Thank you very much. I'm done.
Chair. I'm sorry for disturbing, Chair. I'm sorry for disturbing, but the hands on the virtual for those are in favor, not yet down. Please, I will.
Honorable members, just to try and avoid the confusion. To try and avoid the confusion, we'll restart the voting. So we'll start with those who are voting in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there. Please keep those hands up there. Please keep those hands up there. Yeah. Yes. Are you done? You're done. Thank you very much. Please keep those hands up there. Okay, thank you very much. Those abstaining, and please keep your hands up. Those abstaining. We're done. Thank you very much. The results, now that voting is closed and the table has submitted the results are as follows. In favor, 4-0. Against 21. Abstentions, 0. Thank you very much. We are now moving to vote 9. I put vote 9, planning and monitoring and evaluation for consideration. I'm informed that the following parties would like to make the declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78, EFF, DA, ANC. We'll start with Honorable Leahy.
The economic freedom fighters reject the budget for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We have on this and other platforms always maintained that there is no monitoring of service delivery. And this is why it will take 20 years to give our people water despite all ANC president's promises. We have for a period of 10 years said that there is no evaluation of government programs to ensure that departments do what they plan according to the budget allocated. And our people indeed are receiving services. And we have said since 2024 that we must close the Department of Planning,
monitoring and evaluations. We said there is no need to have a Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. We need to do away with this ministry as a start. We were correct in 2014, we are correct in 2019, and we are still correct even today. We need to reduce the number of ministries because we still have ministries that are not adding value but are only used to manage squabble inside the ANC. We must go back to one ministry for education. We must combine social development and health. We must combine women settlements, water and sanitation. The EFF reject the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Tim Protestant.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable members, this declaration, as the one before it, is addressed to my fellow South Africans. This department is a field of dreams department. This department talks a good game, but unfortunately else. If there is a ministry that is rich on policy, but poverty-stricken on implementation, it is this one. If there's a ministry that is useless, it is this one. What does this ministry actually plan? There are already government plans to be implemented by each ministry. Ostensibly, this ministry monitors what other ministries are doing. But for what purpose? Does the country really need a minister and a deputy minister to watch what other ministers are doing? Why not just an administrative unit in the presidency to do this? What about evaluation? Ostensibly, this means that this ministry assesses whether other ministries are performing or not, and then they report to the president to take appropriate action. But the reality is that ministries misfire every year, and the presidency does nothing. The end result is that the DPME is an obedient poodle rather than an aggressive watchdog, making sure that the ANC agenda trumps the interests of the people. Now, this centralist Stalinist ideology behind controlling everything might be a Soviet wet dream. But as we saw from 1989 onwards, it has an incredibly short shelf life. The DA's advocated for the principle of decentralization, whereby local and provincial governments that are proven to be competent should be enabled to take the lead role of planning and implementation in areas of concurrent competence, with the necessary management authority and resources from the National Fiscus in order to better meet the needs of local communities. But of course, we know the DPME, the minister and the deputy minister, would rather be dragged through a field of broken glass than acknowledge a good DA idea. Finally, Chairperson, it is often said, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. The priorities required from this department are not evident, and therefore the Democratic Alliance cannot support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next declaration will come from Honorable Ncube.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024 is the locus of the implementation of the electoral mandate given to the government. The ANC manifesto is the program that South Africans in the majority have supported as the representations of the aspirations. As a governing party and the state itself, a responsibility of ensuring that the electoral mandate is implemented. Through planning, monitoring, and evaluation ministry in the presidency, government is able to ensure priorities are planned for and ensure that progress is monitored and evaluated. Monitoring and evaluation is critical function to ensure effective policy implementation and to ensure that the quality of expenditure is achieved. It enhances accountability in the public services and enable intervention by the president and the cabinet. Monitoring policy implementation enhances the ability of the executive authority and administrative authority to respond to the challenges having impact on the program implementation. The Auditor General and the Public Service Commission and other statutory bodies have identified weaknesses which require strengthening, such as compliance in the public service and weaknesses in planning and accountability. We are confident with the continued resourcing of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, accountability in the public service will be enhanced, and through effective planning, all pressing matters and strategic priorities will be responded to. The ANC has prioritized monitoring and evaluation due to the identification of the weaknesses in the implementation of policies which we have identified as a perennial program. Despite the challenges, progress has been made in multiple areas of social and economic service provision. As the ANC, we are confident that through the ministry, our government will ensure that it achieves its MTSF targets through effective planning and program implementation. We welcome the strategic focus department in ensuring that priorities are adequately planned for and budgeted for by the National Treasury. As the ANC, we declare our support to the appropriation funds of the budget vote 9 chairperson. We'll not only see abanganing in 2024, we'll be reclaiming Western Cape as a strategic province for the ANC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to, and the objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and DA are noted. We now move to vote 10. So I put vote 10, public enterprises for consideration. And I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. FF Plus, EFF, DA, ANC. We'll start with Honorable De Bruin. Honorable De Bruin. Can't locate Honorable De Bruin for whatever reason. Let's move on to EFF. Honorable Makwala.
It's Honorable
Honorable
Mukau.
Tafeni.
Honorable Mukause.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Mukause, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget vote of public enterprises. Corruption and incompetence in the government of the ANC is continuing to run down state-owned enterprises in South Africa. Tax is constantly increasing. Unemployment rate is increasing. Our roads are in extreme bad conditions. Public transport sector is falling apart. Taxi owners and drivers are constantly fighting and killing each other for the small bread available because the ANC government is not giving support nor creating an environment of Ubuntu. Transnet is a part of a long list of state-owned companies that have been systematically run down by the ruling party through corruption, incompetence, and sheer disregard for basic principle financial management. Chairperson, year in and year out, Transnet has suffered financial losses because of poor management and because of political interference by the ruling party aimed at rendering all state-owned enterprises inefficient. Under the watch of Pravin Gordhan, Eskom was run to the ground. Denel and South African Airways have been decimated and are a shadow of their former self. It is the EFF that is going to save the Eskom when we take over government come 2024. It is the EFF which is going to save all state entities when we take over power in 2024. As the Economic Freedom Fighters, we reject this budget vote with the contempt it deserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Nana.
A short one. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, at the risk of being threatened with violence again, honorable members,
The less said about the Department of Public Enterprises, the better. And the sooner it closes shop, the better. That the IFP is listed as objecting to this budget vote, it should be proof enough to the governing party that this department is not worth approval. This department is not worthy of us approving its budget. In the past, honorable members, I made a point in this chamber that we have a department with a staff complement of little over 200. Yet it is expected to oversee, on an average, SOEs that each have a staff complement of more than 3,000 and a combined budget which dwarfs that of the shareholder representative. From the onset, this was a recipe for failure. The Department of Public Enterprises portfolio of SOEs, as mentioned by Honorable Makause, includes Eskom, Transnet, SAA, SA Express, Dinel, Alexco, and Safcol. Probably with the exception of Safcol, this portfolio of state-owned companies are on their knees due to various factors, but all under the watch of DPE. Based on the poor performance of DPE, the Democratic Alliance cannot support budget vote 10. Thank you. And we'll also call for a division, Chairperson.
We'll proceed to Honorable Mpiva.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC supports the appropriation bill and the budget vote 8 since it is aimed at undertaking multiple reforms to address the deterioration of state-owned enterprises, operational and finance performance, and the increasing burden they pose on the fiscus. To be sure, deficiencies in SOE's service delivery, especially in electricity, as well as ports and rail network provision, combined with corruption scandals in procurement and administration linked to the state capture, have been a source of discontent and thus led to demands for reform. As such, Policy Vote 8 is geared towards pursuing a combination of reforms to improve the feeble financial health and operational performance of our SOEs. In the energy sector, a critical mass of reforms includes the unbundling of Eskom into 3 separate divisions responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution, and the amendments to the Electricity Pricing Policy and the Electricity Regulation Act. As regards the unbundling of Eskom, which is the remit of the Department of Public Enterprises, the aim of Policy Vote 8 is to operationalize the National Transmission Company of South Africa by obtaining a license to operate NERSA, obtain lenders' consent on transmission debt, and appoint the board of directors to the NTCSA. In the aviation sector, Policy Vote 8 intends to finalize the sale of the government's majority stake in SAA as part of the strategic equity partnership following the approval of the sale by the Competition Commission so that the transaction can proceed forward. In the mining sector, Policy Vote 8 will conduct a study to determine the optimal shareholding structure for Alexco. As part of Alexco turnaround strategy, the study will consider the current market characteristics of the diamond mining industry in relation to government's developmental agenda. In the transport sector, Chairperson, a key priority of Policy Vote 8 is to enable third-party access to the rail network by private operators, while the network itself will remain owned by the state or other government. In short, third-party access aims to address inefficiencies in the rail network in the short term, while simultaneously crowding in private investment and entering into partnership to grow revenue and market share in target sectors. Chairperson, Honorable Makause, supported by Honorable Nana, they have been saying the same thing over and over again. I do not know, maybe this is a clear demonstration of incapacity on their part and on the part of the parties that they represent. They can't even prepare things that are different. They sound like a broken record. You are saying the same things we were saying here yesterday. Your declaration is the same. You are wasting the time you are wasting our
Please
time
conclude,
in
honorable member.
addressing the real matters of the national question. The ANC supports this budget vote, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You must
you
never
very
be
much.
emotional, Honorable Kiva.
I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Honorable Nana was trying to do that earlier on. Please indicate formally.
Yes, Chair, the DA would like to call for division.
Okay. Number of delegates supporting, thank you very much. 15 seconds window. So that those who are outside this chamber and virtual platform can join in. Yeah, thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Those delegates wishing to vote in favor, please raise your hands. And keep those hands up there until counting is done. Done. Thank you very much. Hands can be lowered. We then move to those who want to vote against. Please keep your hands up.
May I be noted, Chair, my hands was up. Angibonanga.
Mthethwa, the counting is done. No, thank you very much. The hand Mthethwa will be noted when the counting is done. That will be taken into account. Okay. Thank you very much. The votes have been counted. Of those who are against. Any abstentions? Abstentions? None? None in the house at least. Okay. Thank you very much. Voting is now closed. The table has submitted the results. In favor, 37. Against, 24. Abstentions, 0. So in favor, 37. Against, 24. Abstentions, 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to vote 11. So I put vote 11, Public Service and Administration for consideration. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78, the EFF, the DA, and the ANC. We'll start with the EFF. Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. And my apologies for not opening my video. I've got poor network coverage due to load shedding. Chairperson, as the EFF will reject the budget of the department which on several occasions been compromised as civil servants conduct business with the state. This department on many occasions has failed to monitor various government, as we still have many vacancies in key positions and effectiveness performance management in various sectors. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Brother Joseph.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chair, honourable members. Public service and administration forms an essential aspect of any society. It is literally the front line with South Africans who grow increasingly frustrated with the kakistocratic behaviour they enjoy as opposed to the lofty ideals of Batu Pele. This department is notorious for the inefficient and ineffective use of resources within the department. Corruption, mismanagement, and irregularities in the allocation of resources have undermined the integrity of the department and have led to poor service delivery. In fact, this is how the budget department spends its budget. 502 million rand on VIP security, 387 million rand per year on the salaries of 600 support staff, 20 million rand per year for luxury international travel, 15 million rand per year for generators, free water and electricity. That is nearly 1 billion rand per year on luxury perks for our ANC ministers and deputy ministers. Not to mention the 97 mansions occupied in Cape Town and Pretoria, also valued at nearly 1 billion rand. The DA, on the other hand, would incentivize the reporting of kakistocratic behavior and ensure that there would be sanctions for public servants who do not perform adequately or engage in corrupt and unethical behavior. The DA would focus on ethics training as an essential element in promoting ethical behavior and professionalism amongst public servants. The DA would ensure clear guidelines and frameworks to ensure that ethics training is relevant, effective, and tailored to the specific needs of various public service departments. Under the current ANC regime, an overview of financial misconduct in the public service for the 2021 and 2022 financial year revealed that 522 disciplinary cases related to the financial misconduct were reported across the public service and have resulted in a staggering loss of 1.2 billion rand to the state. Furthermore, according to the report, national departments accounted for 1 billion rand of this loss, while provincial departments account for 238 million of this loss. What is even more unsettling is that a meager 6 million rand out of 1.2 billion rand has been recovered by the affected departments. This government, the comrades here, are seemingly happy with this because they're going to support this budget. They're happy with the status quo and are happy to starve the institutions that seek to improve the public service. For this reason alone, the DA cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable MK Muima.
Allow me to rise on behalf of the mighty African National Congress to support vote 11, Public Service and Administration, because the program, as it was tabled by the minister in this house and also the committee, speaks to the importance of implementing Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which among others put much more emphasis on the implementation of higher standard of professional ethics, efficiency, economy, and effectiveness use of resources. It is not surprising that the DA made no mention of that because they were nowhere to be seen in 1996 when we adopted this constitution. Secondly, the budget put much more emphasis on the implementation of the National Development Plan, which among others identifies the development of technical and specialist professional skills in the public service as one of the critical actions required in the creation of a capable and developmental state. The DA mentioned nothing of this nature. Thirdly, the ANC support the budget because the budget speaks to the implementation of the published framework, which is aimed at professionalization of the public sector that starts with an honest reflection on the existing capacity of the public sector in South Africa. This includes that there has been an appreciation that we need to improve a state capability and the ability to improve the skills. Therefore, it is not surprising that Honorable Brata said it's all over the show, instead of focusing on the fact that this budget oversees the National Schools of Government, it oversees the Public Service Commission, it oversees the Center for Public Innovation. He made no mention of these three aspects, precisely by virtue of the fact that the DA is punching way beyond its weight. They forget that they must be relegated to where they are as the opposition benches. As the ANC, we support the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, the vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the TA are noted. We now move on to vote 12. So I put vote 12 for consideration. That is Public Service Commission. I've been informed that the following political parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. And those are the EFF and the ANC. So we'll start with the ANC. Honorable Matebula.
It's not the ANC chair. I must correct you, it's the EFF. I'm not from the ANC. We object the chairperson without a declaration. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure now where we are. Honorable Matebula, are you there? No. Thank you very much. We'll pass on to...
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
I said we object without a declaration, Chairperson.
Oh, no, thank you very much. Let's then move on to the Honorable M.L. Mamarekhan. Mamarekhan, yes. But you can pass.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 13, Public Works and Infrastructure, for consideration. Been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, FF Plus, EFF, DA, and the ANC. So we'll start with Honorable De Bruin. Honorable De Bruin. De Bruin is not there. So we'll proceed to Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the EFF, we object without a declaration, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to DA, Honorable Protasevich.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm just waiting for the speakers not to be drowned. The recipients of substandard work that this department delivers are South Africans from every walk of life. This declaration is for them. And so I tell South Africans, this department is so delinquent and confused, they are not even exactly sure what they own and haven't known since 2014. They are so kakistocratic that the Auditor General will not touch them with a barge pole. The outcome of the AG's report was a disclaimer opinion. In simple terms, the AG is saying this department is so kakistocratic, so disorganized, and so non-compliant, and so incompetent that it is impossible to even express an opinion on this department. The reason that I point this out so forcefully is that the audit and properties owned and the condition of these properties has to be the basis of any public works and infrastructure budget. Without an audited asset register, very little of the pipe dream set out by the department can be accomplished by DPWI, and they cannot implement even their own Government Immutable Asset Register Management Act. And therefore, they cannot apportion land for the building of schools, police stations, hospitals, or clinic. It cannot appropriately lease buildings to client departments or repair buildings it owns before they fall into a complete state of disrepair and are no use to anyone. The minister had admitted as such when he announced that a registry would be established to establish who leased properties from DPWI, in order to take action against defaulters. This is a sensible move, but once again, a tacit confession and concession that the department has lost control. This department is distracted and not focusing on what its core mandate should be, looking after the properties of client departments. Until this minister turns this department around and focuses on its core mandate, the DNA cannot take him or his department seriously and certainly cannot support this flawed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the question, what is the meaning of Pakistan? Sorry. But
Chairperson, I can explain.
But I want to ask the question. I'll talk to you outside the meeting.
Chairperson, it's a government staffed with people that are inept and incompetent. It's a Greek word. It is pronounced kakistocracy, but in South Africa, we use the South African vernacular, so it's a kakistocracy. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Nyambi, on what point they were raising? Yeah, point of order.
If you, maybe if you can go to Hansard and check the context, it's using the word, in some other instances, it's insulting the people that are running government using that word. But if you can go to Hansard, you'll get where it's insulting people that are in charge of government. So it's actually saying the government is run by the worst out of what you can have in this country. And even going to an extent of referring to them in a word that I can't repeat here. But Hansard can clarify it better.
Yeah. Yeah, honorable members, because we want to save a bit of time, I guess the issue can be noted, and maybe a ruling can be made later if necessary. But for now, we pass. Can we move on, team? Not unless we are rising on a different point altogether. And if so, please state on what point they were rising.
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 69(1), which allows me to rise on a point of order. And the general substance of my point of order is that members are allowed to express points of opinion or points of debate. And that's what Honorable Nyambi is talking about. It's my opinion that this government is kakistocratic.
Okay. Yes.
Chair, I rise on a point of order because the rules of this House do not make provision for the use of offensive language, and the manner in which it has been captured and communicated, it is offensive. Hence, I agree that the issue of the Hansard will be able to clarify and resolve the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, now we'll solve the problem so that we can move forward by noting the point, and a ruling will be made later. No, thank you very much. Honorable Mshodi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC support the appropriation bill and budget vote number 13 for public works and infrastructure. The program of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure are geared towards infrastructure development and job creation. Infrastructure development by the department, which occur through Infrastructure South Africa, and those projects are both in the rural and urban areas, are in a critical part of the implementation of economy, reconstruction and recovery plan. These include the bridge building program, of which 24 has been developed in flood affected areas of KZN and Eastern Cape. Another 24 bridges are planned for development in this financial year. And this is beside the 96 bridge, which are budgeted for development in the rural areas in all provinces. This infrastructure project will enable communities to have access to social services, jobs, and market. The development of the small harbors will enable surrounding communities to benefit from the ocean economy. Honorable Chairperson, the extended public works program has ensured that it was able to create employment for people who will not otherwise have any income. At the same time, the program has been skilling a vast number of the people which have been part of the program. Moreover, the program has commenced with the artisan training program, which enable qualified candidates to enter formally employment or to the development small and medium enterprises. And this is occurring in many different fields. Critical to this program, this is inclusion of youth, women, and people with disability. This program needs to be enhanced in the financial year and need to be increased funding as it is based on the transformation and inclusive economic development. Honorable Chairperson, the department through PMTE must enhance the value of government property through maintenance and development. This property have income potential to reduce the level of budget deficit, and therefore the immovable asset register must be completed. The repurposed IDT is a critical state-owned entity involved in development projects in all provinces, and this the way to restore state entity. The opposition in opposing this appropriation bill and the budget vote on public works
is
telling the people of South Africa that they do not want infrastructure development and job creation, which are part of the critical program and being funded. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable team is misleading the House to say the department received unqualified audit. His entity is the one who received disclosure. Don't come here and mislead the House, Honorable team. We are wrong. Useless as you useless in the committee. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, this vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF, FF plus noted. Now honorable team. On what point are you rising?
Chairperson, I'm rising again on 69-1, and I'm referring to unparliamentary language. Chairperson, is it correct for Honorable Mashodi to call another member of the House useless? I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry, I'm talking to the chair. And Honorable Ndungeni, I'm talking to the chair, not you. So I'm asking for a ruling, Chair. Is it parliamentary to call another member of the House useless? Yeah. I'm fairly sure in that glossary at the back of the order, the rule books. It's
Honorable members, I think that the dilemma and the difficulty we're really facing is that members of the House from time to time tend to degenerate and use all sorts of words and so on that impact negatively on the decorum of the House. If we are to succeed in what we are doing, honorable members, we'll have to really build a very strong culture of avoiding descending to the level where we throw at each other all sorts of expletives and related type words that may be offensive and that may undermine our work overall. We may have to come back to this House with a ruling that perhaps may assist us to conduct ourselves a bit better. Because the word useless has been used quite a number of times today to convey all sorts of sentiments and feelings and so on. We'll come back to the House, honorable team, on the issue that we are raising. But please note that the decorum of the House is not possible without us cooperating and working collaboratively just to ensure that things are run properly. Thank you very much. Honorable members will then proceed to vote 14 states South Africa. I've been informed again that the following parties would like to make declarations. It's two parties, EFF and the ANC. So we'll start with Honorable Mletsane. Honorable Mletsane.
Chairperson, EFF abstain from declaration.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's proceed to Honorable Ncube. Honorable Ncube, South Africa. I will cover. Covered, thank you very much. Honorable delegates, the vote is agreed to, and the objection of the EFF and FF Plus are noted. We then proceed to vote 15 traditional affairs. So I put vote 15 traditional affairs for consideration, and the following people and parties would like to make their contributions in this regard: EFF, IFP, ANC. EFF, Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini. No.
Chairperson, it's Honorable Tafeni. EFF reject the report. There is no declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Tafeni, thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe, IFP. Honorable Hadebe, IFP. Honorable Hadebe seems not to be on the platform. Honorable Malika.
I'm covered, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Honorable delegates, the vote is agreed to, and the objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted. Members, I'm told that it's now appropriate to have a break for lunch, and we're expected to be back here at 13:30, 1:30. So at this point, we'll suspend the proceedings. Thank you very much. 13:30.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, lunch will be provided at the restaurant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Recording in progress.
Just allow me to get to the place on the guide where we are. Am I correct if I say we start with vote 16? Thank you very much.
Chairperson, before we start, may I raise something, Chairperson?
You may.
Chairperson, the decorum of the House is all of our responsibility. All of us need to know how to behave accordingly and properly. But I can notice in the recent period, the decorum of the House has deteriorated. My appeal is to everybody else. Let us please observe and respect.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dangor. Honorable members, I now put vote 16, basic education. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, and that is the Freedom Front Plus, EFF, DA, and ANC. We will start with the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable M. De Bruin. Honorable De Bruin. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Freedom Front Plus have reserved their right to make declarations because of the experiencing connectivity problems. EFF, Honorable Lihi.
Thank you, Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for the Department of Basic Education. Chairperson, basic education is that phase of education where the mind of a child is sharpened and shaped to be counted amongst the best in the world. It is a foundation where a foundation is laying and basics are taught to a child in an attempt to have the child to have a future that is much brighter than that of their parents. It is sudden that today is our basic education department. We still have kids that are attending school in the winter without warm clothes or shoes on their feet. The National School Nutrition Program doesn't do justice given the fact that the food that children eat at school will never be eaten by a convicted criminal. We have been screaming for top of our lungs that education should be free, but still, to date, we are still struggling with government to at least let the children at basic phase of education to enjoy free education and enabling food as well as least being brought to school warm and nurtured well. The level and quality of education in our country compared to those of neighboring countries is a joke, and we applaud our kids for doing almost next to nothing at school instead of us, the government, to encourage and teach them more. Our classrooms are overcrowded and teachers are exploited and overstretched to accommodate all the children, even though we could hire and more teachers in school. We reject this budget. Baya dankie.
Bye, dankie. Honorable members, before we continue, let me just remind you that declarations is 3 minutes. People blame me if I stop them, but they have been aware that it is 3 minutes. So stick to your 3 minutes, please. Honorable Christians.
Honorable Chair, the Democratic Alliance cannot endorse the budget for basic education as the Department of Basic Education continues to fail our children and perpetuate inequality. Shockingly, 1 in 5 grade 4 children in South Africa struggle to read for comprehension. The proposed catch-up initiatives lack substance, while school infrastructure remains deplorable, with thousands of schools still having pit toilets. Irregularities and fund mismanagement have marred the school nutrition program, showing the ANC government's disregard for learner well-being. The Democratic Alliance offers a fresh approach, including a comprehensive catch-up plan the Western Cape's successful reading program, infrastructure improvements, and eradicating pit toilets once and for all. We pledge to audit the National School Nutrition Program, ensuring transparency and efficient meal provision. Fellow South Africans, in 2024, let's vote out the ANC oppressors and build a brighter future. We can make education a pathway out of poverty and unemployment, but only without the ANC. The Democratic Alliance stands firm in its stance, not supporting the basic education budget in these dismal circumstances. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. We will continue and we will now call on Honorable Eleki Ncop of the ANC to continue.
Thanks, Chairperson. We support the appropriation of funds for the Basic Education Department. That is the message from the ANC. Our policy outlook as the African National Congress is premised on people being their own liberators, and that through the exercise of state power, we need to make interventions which empower the marginalized. It is for this reason education remains an apex priority of the African National Congress. We have observed the recent progress in international reading literacy study results and other assessments that are taken in our basic education system. And they all reflect the negative impact of COVID-19 that has resulted in learning losses. Some of the issues relate to the need to cultivate a reading culture in the country. As the ANC, we have placed early childhood development as a critical area of focus to enhance the cognitive development of children, to empower them to succeed in the education system and to develop effective learning capabilities. The budget vote responds to various social needs such as transport for learners, nutrition meals, and supporting entities which contribute to the quality of our education system. A critical priority of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan is infrastructure. And our basic education landscape has a major infrastructure gap to respond to the increasing population and the impact of migration. The department has made tremendous progress in closing the infrastructure gap to ensure schools have sufficient classes, to have an improved teacher-learner ratio, and for the provision of basic services such as water and sanitation. These are critical to harness quality teaching and learning. We are confident that the department is adapting the education subject offering to focus on education for the changing world and to promote maths and science, which is critical for economic development. We support this appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a call for a division?
The Democratic Alliance calls for a division, Chairperson.
Division is supported by 4 members. A division has been called by the Democratic Alliance. Can we allow a 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the House? We are just waiting. We are just allowing everyone to be on the platform and inside the House. Thank you. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. All those who vote in favor, can you please raise your hands and keep your hands raised until we tell you to put it down. Platform. Okay. Thank you. The count is complete. We will now request that all delegates who vote against to please raise their hands. Keep your hands raised until we tell you to put it down. Is it finished? Thank you very much. The count is completed. Those abstaining, can you please raise their hands inside the house? Everyone have voted. Is there anyone on the platform that is abstaining? No abstentions? Can we have the tally? Thank you. Honorable members, voting is closed and the results are as follows. In favor, 35. Against, 19. Abstain, 0. So the vote is agreed to. I now put vote 17, higher education and training. I've been informed that there are parties that would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. And for vote 17, it is the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable S.A. Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. If you can permit, can I have my video off with your permission?
I'm very worried. Is it the same people? Whole morning we have not seen you. Is it even you speaking?
Okay, can you see
Can
me
you
now?
just show your face? Yes, now you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget vote for higher education and training. Chairperson, Economic Freedom Fighters reject i-budget yomnyango obonakala unyaka nonyaka ufailisha iy'ngane ezihlwempu and uba-deprive even a better future. Lo mnyango lo ubonakala ubeka iy'ngane zethu engcupheni lapho ukwazi uku-expose khona kuy'gebengu njengoba nje kubonakala iy'ndawo zokuhlala zabafundi zingaphephile across the country. We see students protesting year in and year out, and the challenges they face are never attended to by this department. Lo mnyango Chairperson ubonakala ufailisha ngisho ukurealize i-National Development Plan yabo, which is to see the post-schooling system meets the needs of the economy and society. This department has made no attempts in addressing challenges of TVET colleges in KwaZulu-Natal and more especially in the north of KwaZulu-Natal. For those reasons, Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for higher education and training. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Christians.
Honorable Chair, let's face it, higher education in South Africa is in crisis. The ongoing chaos, protests, and violence at universities demonstrate the failure of the minister to effectively address these issues. Concerns range from chronic dysfunction, corruption, and inadequate governance, misalignment between funding and enrollment plans, as well as an ever-increasing skill shortage in the country. Lack of concrete plans for student accommodation remains a pressing concern, one that the ANC seems unable to complete. Ongoing NSFAS catastrophes of late bursary payments and financial exclusions has become all too common. The Democratic Alliance offers an alternative, one that prioritizes student welfare, quality education, and ensures the efficient and effective management of NSFAS. Our focus is on infrastructure and resources for TVET colleges, ensuring that they meet the demands of our communities and prepare our students for the workforce. We will ensure that all students have access to quality accommodation. We will fight against corruption, ensure effective governance, and restore integrity in our higher education system. Fellow South Africans, the 2024 election symbolizes hope for South Africans. Let's remove the ANC and rebuild our country. The Democratic Alliance cannot support the budget for higher education under these dire circumstances. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Nkosi of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
The African National Congress declares its support for the budget vote 17 appropriation as presented by the Honorable Minister Blake Nzimande. The department's intervention in higher education and training in terms of expansion of access to post-school education opportunities has been aimed at an improved success and efficiency of the PSET system. The importance of an efficient education sector has never been more noticeable. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we are influenced by the principles of bringing about equity with a budget of 47.6 billion in the 2023 academic period given to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The department for the first passed the 1 million mark that had been a target to be achieved in funding students. This covers 1.1 million students from TVET colleges and universities. Our government understands that providing funding ensures that those that find themselves financially excluded to the social factors can complete their studies. The commitment and investment we see towards the TVET colleges sector of funding education to integrate alternative forms of education into the South African education system, upscaling training in hard artisanal skills, promotion of technical and vocational education and training as the first career choice, promoting teaching as a profession, and deepen monitoring and enhance partnership with private education are exceptional and should be further invested on as it brings major positive progress to the TVET sector. The proposed budget vote prioritizes in addressing the shortages in teaching and learning infrastructure for the TVET and CET colleges and sector expansion to adequately serve our local communities. Concerning TVET capital projects, a total of 9 TVET colleges campuses have been completed. It is pleasing to see these developments because it shows that as a country, we are responding to the basic societal needs. TVET colleges campuses to be constructed as of the year 2023-2024, Umfolozi Pambanani campus and Umgundlovi Greyton campus. Community education and training colleges, construction of the first 3 cities, namely Tsunyane in Heidelberg, Gauteng, Wakuka and Emalahleni in Mpumalanga, and Eerste Rivier in the Western Cape. Chairperson, you know, it's disappointing to stand here and listen the opposition party claiming to serve the interest of the communities and our students. At the same time, they are rejecting the budgets that are aimed at assisting our people. And we must tell them that they must keep on dreaming. They are not going to be voted in 2024. I thank you.
Ukhuluma ngabani ke wena? Ngoba labo bashoyo.
Kubo! Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. I have been informed that the DA would wish to call for a division. You may call.
Honorable Chair, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
Thank you. The division have been called. We will now allow a 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the House. Thank you. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands now. Keep them raised until we tell you otherwise. The counting is complete. You may lower your hands and we are going to the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Honorable Brother said that is not raising your hand. It seems as if you are leaving the house now. Thank Thank you. The counting is complete. The count is complete. Thank you. You may lower your hands. Now we are going to request that delegates who wish to abstain should please raise their hands. Lelijke manieren. Is there no abstentions? On the system, nothing. So do you have the result? We have received the results and the results are as follows. In favor, 36, against 20, and 0 abstentions, and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote 18. Is held, and I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, Honorable S.A. Lutuli Silindile.
Ngibonge Sihlalo, Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects budget vote for health. We reject the budget for the department which has no clear plan in addressing infrastructure backlogs and existing gaps that we see in all provinces. We reject the budget vote for department that is failing to strengthen its monitoring of the implementation of Auditors General findings on key areas of internal controls and financial management, targets setting, implementation of plans and reporting thereof. Chairperson, every day we lose lives. We lose lives because this department has failed to carry out its mandate that aims to help improve the lives of the poor and vulnerables. This department has failed in reducing the level of poverty, inequality, vulnerabilities, and social ills. This department has failed in empowering individuals, families, and communities and have a functional, efficient, and integrated sector. Chairperson, this department has shown declines in real terms from the previous financial year, especially on administration, social welfare policy development and implementation supports, and on social policy and integrated service delivery. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject this budget vote for health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lutuli. We will now call on Honorable Baha from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget vote on health. The National Department of Health has failed to provide adequate healthcare services to the people of South Africa, resulting in severe consequences for our citizens' lives and well-being. The department mismanagement and inadequate allocation of resources have compromised health services, infrastructure, and the availability of essential medical supplies. Cadre deployment has hindered the efficient functioning of healthcare facilities, undermining the delivery of quality care. We witness the burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases weighing heavily on our population. Despite allocated resources, we have made insufficient progress in reducing their prevalence or minimizing associated mobility and mortality rates. The backlog of cancer and obstetrics surgeries reaching alarming numbers poses a grave concern that demands immediate attention and expedited care. We face a shortage of healthcare professionals, particularly doctors, hindering comprehensive care. Our health infrastructure is dilapidated and fails to meet compliance standards, resulting in prolonged waiting times and compromised services for patients. The issues of poor administration, inconsistent program implementation, and the rising number of medical legal claims further strain our healthcare system and divert resources from providing care to the poor and vulnerable. These challenges erode public trust and demand strategies to minimize costs without compromising victim rights. We offer an alternative approach. The Democratic Alliance is committed to allocating essential resources improving staff to patient ratios, attracting and retaining skilled professionals, and eradicating corruption from our healthcare institutions. What is worth noting, Chair, is that today, Popo Maja, charged with corruption over the 140 million digital vibes contract. Popo Maja is the Director of Communications at the Department of Health. This is what we raised last year in terms of digital vibes, whilst Dr. Mkhize was in position. In 2024, we must vote out the ANC and grant the Democratic Alliance the opportunity to lead. We have a proven track record of accountability, effective service delivery, and genuine concern for the well-being of our people. Together, we can make a difference by providing a healthcare system that is accessible, equitable, and capable of delivering the highest standards of care. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bafa. To continue, Honorable Njadu, on behalf of the ANC. Njadu. Is it not on the platform? Is it? Chief Whip? And Honorable Njadu is not on the platform, apparently. I have been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Can we have the division called? Yes. Division having been called, we would now allow a 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the House. 15 seconds. Sorry, delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Chief Whip, have you raised your hand? Please, honorable members, we are busy with serious business. Traveling. The vote is complete. You can lower your hands. We will now go to the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands and keep your hands raised until the count is completed. Can we continue? The count is completed. You may lower your hands. Delegates who wish to abstain should please raise their hands. No abstentions on the platform? No abstentions. So we get the tally. The table have submitted the results, and the results are as follows. In favor, 37. Against, 19. Abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 19, social development. And I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable S.A. Lutuli.
Ngibonge Hlalo. Hlalo, Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget vote for social development. We reject that department which fails to bring positive changes in people through the work of the NPOs organization around the country. This department has shown no care towards the victims of KwaZulu-Natal floods that are still stacked in halls without any form of relief. Chairperson, we have stood here on this platform, and many others have tried to engage with this department in raising issues and challenges of the shortage of social workers in this country, but we have found no solution in this matter. Chairperson, ikomiti eliqokiwe lama floods lihambela wonke ama-province libheka ama-victims ama-flood, and konke la sihamba khona abantu basitshena ukuthi alukho usizo abalitholayo kulo mnyango. Labo abahlukunyezwayo or engizothi nje bayisulu ze-GBV nabo bakhala kanye nawo wonke umuntu ukuthi abalithola usizo, ngoba bafike bahlukunyezwe emakhaya baphinde bayithole befune babuyele khona ngoba lo mnyango lo awubanikezi indawo zokuphepha ey'ngama-shelter. Lo mnyango Chairperson ufailisha ngisho abantu abahlwempu ababanikeza imali yezibonelelo, abafika kwesinye isikhathi kuthiwa imali ayikakangeni, umuntu azaboleka imali agibele kaningi ukuze ayothola nje isibonelelo. Ngalezo izathu Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget. Vote for social development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Christians, Democratic Alliance.
Honorable Chair, the state of social services in South Africa is dismal. The Department of Social Development has failed in its responsibilities, leaving the most vulnerable members of our society to suffer. Gender-based violence and femicide continue to escalate. Our children are suffering, with orphaned and abandoned children, malnutrition, and drug abuse escalating. Thousands of social workers remained unemployed, despite the department reporting a need for more than 55,000 social workers. The chaos surrounding SASSA card renewals and malfunctioning systems is a never-ending problem in this department. The Democratic Alliance offers a clear alternative. We prioritize dignity, job creation, and poverty alleviation. We will tackle crime, ensure safety, allocate resources for social workers, and more importantly, restore the dignity of the people of South Africa. We will establish an efficient, reliable, and accessible system. Fraud and corruption within the department will be tackled immediately. The Democratic Alliance is committed to creating jobs, providing sustainable support for the unemployed, and addressing hunger and poverty head-on. The 2024 elections embody hope for our nation, South Africans. As we unite to oust the ANC and embark on a journey to rebuild our country, the Democratic Alliance stands firm in its decision not to support the budget for social development in these circumstances. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. We will now call on the ANC, Honorable N. Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC social transformation agenda entails transforming society to realize a national democratic society, which aims to build a political and a socio-economic system that places the needs of the poor and social issues, such as healthcare, education, and basic services, and a social security floor at the top of the national agenda. This is an align with the aspiration encompassed in the National Development Plan and the UN Agenda 2030, as well as in the Africa Agenda 2063. This entails working diligently to eliminate the structural and systemic barriers that continue to exist in society and impede South Africa development, particularly for historical disadvantaged groups such as women, children, people with disability, and members of LGBTIQIA+ community. Initiative to address socio-economic gaps, such as the Social Relief of Distress Grant, which aims to reduce the financial burden placed on the disadvantaged citizen as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, are the core of this development, noting that the Social Relief of Distress Grant reaches about 7.8 million people who have come to depend on it to sustain their livelihoods. The ANC-led government has prioritized finding mechanisms to fast-track the review of the current social grant system, with the intention to find mechanisms to develop and implement a long-term intervention in the form of a basic income grant in order to continue protecting the unemployed and vulnerable. the need to address socioeconomic inequality, which breeds societally ills such as crime, substance abuse, and gender-based violence and femicide, is at the core of the ANC transformation agenda. The ANC-led government is resolved in its priorities to increase access to social welfare, expand community and developmental programs, and improve education and skill trainings. Among others, the more poverty is eradicated and people are empowered and equipped with skills and provided with opportunities to realize their full potential, the more society steers towards sustainable and inclusive development. The DA is incompetent for the people of Khayelitsha, Philippi, Scrapyard Crawl, Nyanga, on that they are, I can't say useless, they are. The ANC support the budget 19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A call for a division.
The Democratic Alliance calls for a division, Chairperson.
The DA is called for a division. Can I see support? Yes, it is supported. It has been called, and we will now allow a 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and virtual platform to join the House. 15 seconds. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep them raised. Thank you. The count is complete. All hands will be lowered for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised until the count is completed. Thank you. The count is completed. You can lower your hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. If we have no abstentions, we will get the results. The results have been submitted and it is as follows. In favor is 37, against 20 and abstentions 0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 20, women, youth and persons with disabilities. Members, can you allow? I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, Honorable Hihi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We have on many occasions tried to pinpoint or outline the challenges faced by the disabled, the youth, and women who are also equal members of society. The country continues to stop international ranking of sexual violence, and reported cases of rape and levels of violence against women seems to be increasing rather than decreasing. Women continue to be marginalized, do not having access to land or employment, and have limited access to healthcare and education. It has failed to respond to the many challenges faced by women in this country and has failed to take on any coordinated approach of working with other governmental departments so as to fight against femicide, and it turns a blind eye and deaf ear to the challenges of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Chairperson, this department has also done nothing to assist Ms. Baba Laloji, a person with disabilities
who was unfairly dismissed from position as cabinet liaison officer, which she held for over 15 years in the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, which also following her dismissal confiscated an electronic wheelchair.
So thank you.
We
Honorable.
reject the budget.
Because you just stopped in the middle, I was a bit confused. ANC, Honorable Mama Rehane.
Go away, Mama. Go away. Neighbor.
Tell the Irish
E re go go dumedise motlatsa modulasetulo wa tlhomphega mokgatlo o mogolo wa modimo le badimo.
Yes.
View this vote as a representation of a strong effort to bring about significant changes in the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. ANC viewed the primary objectives of the budget as restructuring this ministry into a more efficient branch of the presidency, with a specific focus on advocating for the rights of the women, youth, and persons with disabilities, as well as managing and implementing projects. The budget vote shows the priority of the well-being and progress of these marginalized groups. By aligning its resources with the presidency, it aims to drive impactful initiatives that directly benefit the most vulnerable individuals in the nation. Key to this budget is its concrete plan for engaging stakeholders with the aim to involve all stakeholders working for the well-being of the women, youth, and persons with disabilities to ensure their initiatives receive support and function optimally within the available resources. Addressing youth unemployment and gender-based violence, the department processes treating youth unemployment and gender-based violence as urgent national crisis, necessitating comprehensive and prioritized responses. The department emphasizes the value of employing a data-driven and collaborate approach to enhance policymaking, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation processes. They prioritize accuracy, relevance, predictive capacity, timeliness, and people-centered focus. We further support the legislative priorities proposed by the department in this House and National Assembly. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, the status was tabled in Parliament. The NYDA Amendment Bill status tabled in Parliament. The Promotion of Women's Rights, Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill status yet to go to Cabinet. Constitutional amendment to recognize sign language as the 12th official language. The 18th constitutional amendment status tabled in Parliament by the Department of Justice. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we firmly believe that this budget vote serves as a vital intervention in tackling significant challenges faced by the marginalized groups in our nation. It represents a crucial step toward addressing the pressing issues they encounter. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 21. Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78, Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Kenny Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budget for Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. Chair, we have no police in this country. The police have been captured by the
sectional interest of their leaders and the criminal interest of the gangsters they report to. Those needs clean up from the top minister is incapable of providing the kind of leadership needed to deal with the problem the police face. He is one of the most incompetent minister we have in this country, and there is no hope of ever dealing with crime as long as he is still a minister. The civil servant for police is merely used for dishing out favors and tenders to the ANC comrades. We reject this vote. I thank you, Chair.
The ANC, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Community Police Forum, CPFS.
If you can speak to the mic,
from-
Honorable Mtetwa, please. Speak directly to the mic.
I'm trying, Chair. Am I audible now?
You are.
Yes, I'm saying, Chair, the Community Police Forum were foundational to the South African transition to the democracy. When the first establishment, they provided a bridge between the police and the community in context of the deep interested and hostility towards the police. With this alarming level of crime, it is important to reflect, Chair, that the 2014 report of the Kaelisha Commission shows that the community with the most crime may also have the least functional CPF. Therefore, strengthening the CPF is critical in the fight against crime, Chair. The Civil Secretariat of Police has a key role to reduce the violent crime through the promotion of more active citizen and the establishment of a new social compact. This can find expression in the implementation of the 2026 White Paper of Safety and Security and the 2022 Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy that are focusing on realizing the vision of the NDP and call for an integrated and holistic approach to the safety and security across all government departments and civil society. Chair, the ICVPS makes a critical shift in the narrative around the crime prevention approach in South Africa and the role of the police in this regard. As a strategic policy advice to the Minister of Police, the legislated or objects of the Civil Secretariat include among the following, Chair: the exercise of civilian oversight over the police services, 2, giving strategical advance to the minister in respect of the developing and implementation of policies, 3, implementing a partnership strategy to mobilize the role and the role played and the stakeholder to strengthen service delivery by the police service to ensure the safety and security of the community, to provide a guide to community police fora and associated structures and facilitate their proper functioning. In conclusion, Chair, an integrated part of the strategic focus of the CSPS in 2023-24 will be a functionality assessment of both establishment of the Community Police Forum and the Community Safety Forum in order to ascertain the effectiveness
Honorable Member,
of the
your time
plan
is up.
of the implementation. Therefore, Chair, the ANC, that's why it supports this budget vote.
Thank you. Honorable members, this vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and Freedom Front Plus are noted. I now put vote 22, correctional services. I am being informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, and we will start with the economic freedom fighters. Honorable Kenny Mutsamai. Mutsamai.
Chair, you said it's not for defense.
Correctional services. If you don't have a declaration, it's fine.
Oh. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters, EFF, reject the proposed budget of justice and constitutional development.
But you must know it's correctional services.
Okay,
Let's pass, Chair.
okay, Chair.
You please allow. We've spoken about the decorum of the House.
Yeah, okay.
Let us not shout. We are
The economic freedom fighters, Chairperson, reject the proposed budget of correctional services. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable
Julius is very worried.
Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Thabo Bester saga made headlines for two reasons. It showed how unsafe South Africans are, and it put on display the ANC government in all its spectacular incompetence for everyone to see. The Department of Correctional Services is riddled with corruption within, whilst failing in its core mandate to protect society from its most dangerous criminals and to rehabilitate those who can be so that they can be safely reintegrated into society. With the ANC at the helm, mild criminals learn to become professionals and continue to be a threat to society, whilst the fat cats and cadres eat all the money. We cannot support this budget whilst it fails to fulfill its core mandate under the ANC, which is to keep us safe. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis. Honorable Malika. That is vote 22.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The National Development Plan set out the vision for the nation. It envisages that by 2030, all people will be and feel safe. The NDP also, the NDP also envisages a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The Department of Correctional Services effectively contributes to the building of a capable, ethical, and development state, to social cohesion and safe communities. Budget Vote 22 contributes to a just, peaceful, and safer South Africa through the effective and human detention of offenders and remand detainees. It contributes to the rehabilitation and social reintegration of offenders back into the community. The core mandate of the DCS is to correct offending behavior and and rehabilitation inmates. This vote is in line with the call of the Freedom Charter and contribute to the rehabilitation of social reintegration of offenders back into the community. The DCS effectively contributes to a capable, ethical, and developmental state, the social cohesion, safe communities by the National Development Plan. Equipping inmates with appropriate and relevant skills and training through the rehabilitation programs is important. After inmates have served their time and upon reintegration into society, they are able to utilize the skills they have acquired and contribute meaningfully to the economy. This plays a pivotal role in the reduction of recidivism in the country. The Department of Correctional Services will continue implement the self-sufficient and sustainability strategic framework. This initiative is aimed at developing and utilizing state assets under the department to reduce the cost incurred by the fiscals and to generate revenue to the department. The sustainability strategic framework is already yielding positive results. These inmates and correctional officials working efficiently to produce more in various correctional facilities. As a result, the production levels in the farms, workshops, and bakeries at various correctional centers across the country are increasing. The ANC supports the budget vote.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and DA are noted. Honorable members, I now put vote 23, defense. Honorable Mutsamai, defense. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. We'll start with you, Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for Defense, Department of Defense. We reject the budget of department whose forces are equipped with all technology and weapons. They cannot engage in robust military exercise and they will not sustain a long-term replacement of equipment utilized in a foreign mission. The South African Air Force aircraft are usability and there are no spares and the engineers resort to cannibalize other aircraft to repair same. As to remain relevant, we do not have infra fighting vehicles flat. The one that are in exercise need serious service upgrade. The ability of the country to fulfill its international obligation is at stake, and the Navy and the Air Force, we reject this budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zabai. Honorable Bardanos. Honorable members, you are really making noise. Please, you may speak, but don't, that's too much noise.
I agree, Chair. Honorable Chair.
You will never ask whether you agree or not. Just continue with your declaration.
Honorable Chair, the continued cutting of the defense budget, as is evident in vote 23, is proof that the ANC government, quite frankly,
Speak to the mic,
do not
Honorable
care
Member.
about the security of our country. There is simply not enough funding available to rebuild and reposition the Defence Force to enable it to deliver on its constitutional mandate, to defend and protect the Republic, its borders, and those living within her borders. The ANC government has taken a once proud Defence Force, well respected in international Defence Force circles for innovation, professionalism, and dedication, and turned it into a joke, with its commander-in-chief only capable of attaining the rank of chief of a flying circus on a recent trip to Eastern Europe. Much needed funding required to secure our country is being used. To mention but a few examples, fund salaries of senior staff members on suspension with full pay without being charged, excessive parades for promotions, 1.5 billion rand is spent on domestic and international travel, money is wasted on staff benefits and protection services. Honourable Chair, senseless projects like the Cuban Operation Thusano proves that the current ANC government's loyalty lies with its Cuban comrades instead of its own citizens in South Africa. The DA is of the belief that the primary focus of a national defence force should be to keep South Africans safe. A DA national government will ensure as a first priority that our national borders are adequately protected by well-trained soldiers. We will ensure the modernization of the Defence Force, undertaking a full audit of equipment and personnel available to determine procurement priorities and assets that can be sold or repurposed.
We will reduce the wage bill by retiring medically unfit and elderly members. This will have the added effect of reducing the average troop age. Savings in the wage bill, some 70% of the current defence budget, will be reallocated to the maintenance of military equipment, which has been neglected under the ANC government cacostocracy. None of the above is evident in the proposed ANC-driven budget. The DA can therefore not support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenot. Honorable Ncop of the ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. You know, if I was Honorable Badenhorst, I wouldn't have commented that way about the South African National Defence Force and compared with a neo-Nazi army that I think you might have done. Lamenting the past, it's unlike you. Let me tell you, Mr. Chairperson, those who fought us by the spears are now fighting us by the microphone and the ballpoint. You see? And you cannot lose a war in Angola and lose a war against the ANC and hope to win that war in this meeting. We, as the African National Congress, hereby place our full support for budget vote 26, defense and military veterans. We commend the South African National Defence Force for their commitment to protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our nation. We recognize the invaluable role they played during times of crisis, such as the civil unrest in 2021 and the COVID-19 pandemic. We urge the government to prioritize the administrative and operational needs of the SNDF, including shift management appointments, addressing gender-based issues, which apartheid never attended in the army, and increasing budget allocation to ensure our defense forces have the necessary resources to fulfill their mandate. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of supporting military veterans and their dependents, as well as the military health services for their contribution to our nation's well-being. If I was an Afrikaner and I had served in the racist SADF, I wouldn't in any way, even if I'm drunk.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Any comparison between the National Defence Force and the apartheid SADF.
Can us order, Grace?
Rise on Rule 69. Thank you, Chair. Rule 69 is very clear. If you look at Rule 69.12, give me a second, let me get to my rule book. Whoops, sorry. Chair, just give me a second, let me just get to the rule so I can quote this properly.
Honorable member, you called for order. Kalapans.
Chair, I'm calling on a point of order.
Yes.
If you're going to the back of the rule book, right at the back, there are certain unparliamentary comments that cannot be made. This member,
a specific issue.
yes, Chair, this member, Rule 35 and subsection 14, references to members as racist is not allowed, and he called us racist.
I will, you may say, I will check on that order. Can we continue? Honorable members, order. I don't want this house to really deteriorate into what is been doing up and down. People must be very thick-skinned. They must be very thick-skinned, because sometimes people will say something that you don't like. And if it is in the rule book, we will rule accordingly. Let us further go. I've further been informed that the DA would wish to call for a division. Can we see support for the division? It's fine, I will rule on that. Let's continue for now, I will rule on that. Yes, division has been called, and we will now allow a 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the house. Can the table assist? Advocate. Thank you very much. We can continue. Let's just conclude the voting. Let's conclude the voting. That's what I'm asking. I will tell you what we have decided. Can we proceed to the voting on the question? And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, please raise your hands. These people are so naughty. The vote is, thank you, the count is complete. You may lower your hands. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please, and keep your hands raised. If thank you. The count is complete. Yes, I know, I saw in the platform. Those that are abstaining, those who are abstaining, abstention. You never voted. You must vote for or against or abstain. Against, okay. They too, they said they are against. You never voted, that's why I'm asking, are you abstaining? Okay. So is the count complete? For you? Is the count complete? So the count is completed. We will now get the results. And the results are as follows. In favor is 38. Against is 18 and abstentions is 0. The vote is agreed to. Honorable Badenhorst, what you heard and what I heard was two different issues. And that is why I have requested for them to look into the issue, because I heard him saying, if I was an Afrikaner, I would never defend the racist and the fascist, neo-fascist SADF. And you said you heard he say you are a racist. So that is why I'm saying let us confirm, and we will make a ruling before the end of the day. That is what I'm saying. Thank you. We are going to put vote 24. Vote 24 is Independent Police Investigative Directorate. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, Honorable Mutsamai, declaration of vote.
Chairperson. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. The Investigative Directorate is toothless, and to date, that directorate has not done any of things that were expected of it. Many high-profile criminals are working around unbothered, and many of them, including their enablers, are working around with blue lights as the cabinet ministers in this country. Chairperson, as our organization will be celebrating 10 years of unbroken struggle, 10 years of anti-corruption, 10 years of fighting racism, 10 years of being in the forefront of the land, 10 years of making sure that African people are represented without fear or favor, 10 years of ensuring that Black professionals are not looked down upon. We reject this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Bartlett, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate contributes to the building safer communities as outlined in the National Development Plan and ensures that all people in South Africa are and feel safe. The IPAD Act enhances the Directorate's investigative capacity and creates an opportunity for a strong independent oversight body, which will in consequence contribute to the achievement of a police service that operates in line with the spirit of the Constitution. The work of IPAD takes place within an environment and increased incidents of public protest. These incidents lead to an increase in the SAP's involvement in crowd control management, which in some cases results in unintended consequences. Such consequences are likely to further increase pressure on the IPAD and its core business, as outlined in the IPAD Act. The fight for good governance and the fight against corruption, Chair, are critical instruments in the hands of the state. If police are involved in criminal elements and criminal gains, the fight against wrongdoing might well not succeed. Cleaning up the police is essential so that the police can be an instrument that deals with wrongdoing in the country. IPAD has achieved significant success in the fight against corruption. It has intensified the fight against corruption, fraud, and maladministration conducted by the members of the police services. Some of the priorities of IPAD include the finalization of the IPAD bill, maintaining the focus on improving investigative quality, giving special priority to the cases involving allegations of gender-based violence and violence against persons from other vulnerable groups, and expanding access to IPAD services, and prioritize the backlog strategy implementation to solve the ever-growing backlog of cases. Honorable Chairperson, IPAD has an important mandate to root out any form of transgression within the police service, irrespective of the position of the alleged transgressor. Public confidence in the moral of society is restored when the police service is effective and efficient. In the spirit of building safer communities, as envisaged by the NDP, the ANC supports the bill. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and the DA are noted. Honorable members, I will now put vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. And I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, Honorable Mutsamai.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, reject the proposed budget on justice and constitutional development. We reject the budget of department which has rendered justice a dream for millions of our people, for whom costs remain out of reach because of the high cost it takes for one to access justice. Minister, the NPA has not prosecuted any of the high-profile criminal cases that should be low-hanging fruit for them in this country. The minister has stood by the watch the direction of the Office of the Public Prosecutor in order to save just one person. The acting public protector is simple an extension of your factional battle in the ruling party and is now in the office to protect Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. We reject this vote. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Deputy
Order,
Chair.
honorable members, please order. Order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, we are yet to see a high-profile politician arrested for their share in state capture. This is due to the fact, and perhaps the members should listen, because under a DA government, some on the benches might find themselves in this position. This is due to the fact that the National Prosecuting Authority has been hollowed out by the ANC. It lacks skills, human resources, and proper funding. The ANC enabled individuals to steal from all of us. And until we see people going to jail, there will be very little faith in our criminal justice system. A DA government will ensure that the NPA is properly equipped to deal with state capture criminals. You all know who they are, and criminals in general to keep the public safe. We will not protect criminals like the ANC is currently doing. We cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh, for the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports Budget Vote 25 on justice and constitutional development. Included in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development's budget vote is the budgets for entities and institutions that fall under the department, which includes the National Prosecuting Authority, the Information Regulator, Legal Aid South Africa, the SIU, the Public Protector South Africa, and the South African Human Rights Commission. There's been a lot of noise made today, Honorable Chair, about the fight against corruption and the fact that they want to see people go to jail, Chair. But rejecting this budget vote, you're also rejecting budgets that goes to these important institutions that are responsible for the fight against corruption. Chair, our courts are critical for enforcing and defending of rights of people and dispensing justice. They have played and they continue to play a pivotal role in protecting and enforcing the rights of people. In addition, the backbone of the fight against gender-based violence are the sexual offences courts and the Tutuzela care centers, which were introduced to focus on the speedy adjudication of cases. And once again, Honorable Chair, a rejection of this budget vote is a rejection against the fight against gender-based violence and victims of gender-based violence. In line with the priority of government to fight crime and corruption, we welcome the announcement by the Minister of Finance that 14 billion rand has been allocated over the medium term to fight crime and corruption with the following specific allocations. The NPA receives 1.3 billion to support the implementation of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission and the Financial Action Task Force. And the SIU is allocated 100 million to initiate civil litigation in the special tribunal flowing from proclamations linked to the recommendations of the State Capture Commission. So it's not true, Chair, that the State Capture Commission report is not being prioritized. Chairperson, the department reported that the NPA's investigation directorate, which was established in 2019 by March this year, had taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture and corruption cases. This is indicative of the ANC's commitment in fighting crime and corruption. We must show appreciation for the greater levels of collaboration and coordination between the investigative directorate, the asset forfeiture unit, the special commercial crime unit, the special investigating unit, and the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations. We encourage the department not to relax its efforts and work harder to ensure that justice is not just done, but it is also seen to be done. Chair, there's a lot of talk about the Siyabangena issue, and I'm not sure I'm not sure what is meant, especially by the DA, by that, because I'm not sure if this is a problem of perhaps mathematics, because the DA in the previous election had only 20% of the national vote. So I'm sure it's a question of mathematics. Secondly, Chair,
time is up.
In the 2014 election,
time is up.
Thanks, Chair. The ANC supports
the wrong way.
Sbusiso Kula arrests Sbusiso Kula from the ANC.
The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the DA are noted. Honorable members, order. Moet ek nou hamer slaan? I put vote 26, military veterans. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. Honorable Mutsamai, vote 26, military veterans.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for the military veterans. As military veterans benefit nothing. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mutsamai, your time is long gone. Sit down.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise today to declare our support for Budget Vote 26, Defense and Military Veterans in the National Council of Provinces. I applaud the department for its dedication in protecting our national sovereignty and providing support to those facing conflict and disaster. Honorable Chair, I urge the government to prioritize service delivery at home to position South Africa as a force in security matters around the world. We must continue to invest in our defense industry to ensure our independence and readiness for successful operations. Let us work together towards a safer and inclusive continent, leaving no one behind. Chairperson, you know, Honorable Ntamai, I don't think that it's going to be proper for him to do this. He's not doing justice. He must stop making noise in our Joint Standing Committee of Defense about the military veterans as if he cares, because now he's rejecting the budget. I don't think that it's right. Thank you very much, Chair. I support.
It is lived experience. Of course he cares. He's lived it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable delegates, this vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF, Freedom Front Plus and the DA are noted. And I will now hand over to Honorable Ngwenya. I don't want to start with the vote if she's not. She can continue. Yes. Oh, yes. I will show you now. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, now we're on vote 27. And I put the vote 27 office of the chief whip, of the chief justice, I mean to say. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of the vote in terms of the Rule 78. Honorable members, maximum is 3 minutes per declaration of vote. I also have members that are going to do the declaration. I'll start with EFF, Honorable Mukausi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mukausi, uzothathulwa ngumember Thafeni. So ngicela ukuswitch off i-video because there is unstable network here.
Okay, you can continue, Honorable Member.
Okay, Chairperson.
Proceed.
Since the adoption of the Constitution in 1996 up until the retirement of Chief Justice Mukwege, there was always that certainty that even when the judges got things wrong and that the judiciary itself was beyond capture. It's for this reason that we have always supported the budget votes of the office of the Chief Justice in the past. However, since the Plenary of Comrade Raymond Zondo to the office of the Chief Justice, there is no longer the confidence and certainty that the judiciary is led by a person who is beyond the reach of the greasy and dirty hands of politicians. While dabbling in politics, Comrade Zondo has ignored the
core function of this office. The administration of judiciary across the country is collapsing. We have judges who obviously not been trained sufficiently and who are unable to deliver judgment on time. The administration of the lower court, the level of judiciary decision taken by the lower courts leave many of our people vulnerable to miscarriage of justice. In this own annual judiciary report, Comrade Zondo bemoaned the incompetence and lack of proper leadership at the land claim court, leading to abnormal delays in the finalization of cases in the court. We therefore rejected the budget vote for the office of the Chief Justice, and we're looking forward to the term of Comrade Zondo so that there can be proper administration of justice in this country again. So as EFF, we reject. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ANC, Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, in the 1989 Harare Declaration, the ANC committed itself to the kind of system of judicial review that is currently in place in South Africa, affirming that in a democratic South Africa, all shall enjoy universal, recognized human rights, freedoms and civil liberties, protected under an entrenched Bill of Rights. South Africa shall have a new legal system which shall guarantee equality of all before the law. South Africa shall have an independent and non-racial judiciary. This budget vote is a reflection of the ANC's commitment to the upholding of the rule of law, separation of powers, the administration of justice, accountability, responsiveness, and openness. As we know, Honorable Chairperson, courts are the final arbiters in disputes between persons and bodies. An independent and strong judiciary is important for building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, as envisioned by the National Development Plan. Honorable Chair, it has been reported that over the next 3 years, the Office of the Chief Justice will focus on improving access to justice and the service of the superior courts, and increasing access to the judicial education courses. The work of the superior courts services programs intended to enable access to justice, primarily by ensuring that the judiciary is supported. The program has a budget of 3.1 billion rand over the next 3 years, accounting for 39.9% of the departmental's total allocation. To strengthen access to its services, the department aims to fill an estimated 33 critical positions for registrars, clerks, and judges, secretaries at superior courts. Honorable Chairperson, to increase efficiency such as a turnaround time in dealing with cases, the court online system is expected to be rolled out in 2023-2024. Honorable Chair, in Eastern Cape, Free State, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northern Cape, Northwest, and Western Cape, we will be monitoring this development. The ANC supports this budget bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Long way. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to. Objection of the of FF plus and DA are noted. Honorable members, Siyakuba, now we are on vote 28 police. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of the vote in terms of the Rule 78. Also, maximum is 3 minutes per declaration. And number one is EFF, Honorable Mutamal.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for the Department of Police. The EFF has on various platforms long noted that South Africa has become a haven for criminals to do as they please with high level of gender-based violence. a murder rate which is out of control, and a public assassination across all spheres of society. And every quarter, South African crime statistic released by the Minister of Police reframed the alarming crime problem in this country. The level of violence crime have increased dramatically since Mr. Ramaphosa became a president, with an increase of cases and transit, assault, murder, and sexual crime. The South African Police DNA Laboratory Service has collapsed, Chairperson, leading to a compromising thousands of cases of sexual crime which cannot be provided without DNA evidence. Mass shooting in place of public gathering have increased. This all while Mr. Ramaphosa have placed intelligence in the office of the presidency. And South African police has not shown any confusing responses to the high level of crime, and they have failed to send a firm warning to all criminals in South Africa that they have declared a war on crime. The EFF reject this vote. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Khatebe Pungane, IFP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP would not want to make any declaration. We support the budget vote for police. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Pungane. DA, Badenhorst. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, every day in South Africa, 57 of our citizens are murdered, 137 women are sexually assaulted, and 685 homes are violated. It is clear that crime in our beloved country is out of control. Every single ANC member in this House is very well aware of this. Many of them, like most of us, have directly or indirectly been victims of the rampant crime in South Africa. Yet, not one of them will have the courage to vote against this budget today. They will toe the party line and vote for a budget that will continue to rob South Africans of an effective, well-resourced and well-trained police force. The Democratic Alliance cares deeply about the safety and security of all our citizens. We believe a safe and secure society for all is possible. The effectiveness of the Western Cape government's LEAP program is proof of the political will to prevent crime. Couple this with well-trained and resourced law enforcement members and offer support and accountability to victims of crime. All of this already makes a difference in the lives of the people in the Western Cape. Voting for this budget and the ANC, on the other hand, will just maintain the current catastrophic status quo, as will be borne out by the vote of the ANC members today. Tragically, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. On ANC, Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the African National Congress supports Budget Vote 28 Police. The ANC government is committed in the fight against fraud, corruption, and maladministration. In strengthening the fight against crime and corruption, the 2023 ANC Lekgotla noted progress in key areas in the security sector. These include the additional recruitment of police officers and the strengthening of key institutions such as the National Prosecuting Authority. Lekgotla called for an integrated program which will ensure that South Africa is a crime-free society by 2030. The Lekgotla also echoed the January 8th statement in relation to the fight against gender-based violence and femicide and called for consideration to be put in place on having a specialized unit. The ANC supports Budget Vote Police because it contributes to the building of safer communities as required by the National Development Plan. The third quarter crime figures show that while there are increases in contact crimes such as murder, assault, and robberies, there is improvement in crimes detected as a result of police action. The decreases in some crimes are attributed to increased police visibility through patrols, stop and search operations, vehicle checkpoints, and roadblocks. It has been reported that more patrol vans and high-powered vehicles have been ordered to supplement visible policing and specialized units such as highway patrols, flying squads, to respond effectively to crime. The new fleet of police vehicles will bring better police visibility and empower police to be more effective in fighting crime. We welcome the work also done by the DPCI in ensuring that those who kill police officers are brought to book. Honorable Chair, a vote against this budget is also a vote against the good work done by our men and women in blue in keeping South Africa safe. The ANC supports this budget vote, but also the ANC government won't encourage vigilantism where a province wants to promote vigilantism. We are a sovereign state, Honorable Chair. We can't go back to apartheid in the form of some fiefdom called the Western Cape. Chairperson, the ANC supports this budget vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
We call for the division, Chair.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I've further been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is the division supported by the 4 delegates? Yes, it is. Thank you, Honourable. Thanks, honourable members. Yes, I do have 4 hands. Honourable members, division have been called. I will now allow a 15-second window to delegate who are outside the chamber and visual platform to join the House. Thanks very much, honourable members. Is it everybody inside? Honourable members, now we proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote being agreed to. Thanks, honourable members. Honourable delegates, those who are against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Thanks very much, honourable members. Delegate who abstain should be please raise their hands. None. Honourable members, voting is now closed and the table will submit the results, and the results are as follows. In favor, 38, against 19, abstain 0. The vote is agreed to. Honorable members, Siyakuba, we are going to vote 29, agriculture, land and reform and rural development. I put vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of the vote in terms of the Rule 78. I'll remind you again, honorable members, maximum is 3 minutes per declaration of vote. EFF, Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala Akako.
Chairperson, it's Member Tafen. In the EFF, we reject the report. There is no declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable member. FF plus, honorable Detroit. Ageko, honorable members, DA, honorable Visa. Visa. Visa.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Democratic Alliance does not support vote 29 because the farming industry faces a negative financial squeeze phenomenon where farmers are finding that input costs do not translate to recoup their expenses profitably. All farmers were left to fend for themselves with an extremely difficult operating environment. The uncontrolled price hikes of fuel, fertilizer, transport, herbicides, and seed created a shortfall between the sector's total income and the total expenditure, calculated to a sectoral profit of 27.8 billion. But considering financing 50% of their expenses through debt, the cost of 25 billion, the sector had to pay service bank interest rates. The fact is, the department knew for 10 years about Onderstepoort Biological Products' total failure to manufacture vaccines and allowed cattle, horses, and sheep to die like flies, and recently thousands, like 200,000 chickens in the Western Cape. Conclusion, it is sad, but it's a reality. The ANC do not care, are not accountable to voters out there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. ANC, honorable Mudise.
No, thank you very much, honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, the African National Congress moved to support budget vote 29 by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development. The ANC remained committed to liberate people from the shackle of the poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Agriculture provides significant employment opportunity and plays a strategic role in alleviating poverty. Therefore, within an expansion investment plan in the infrastructure to improve community access to basic services and increase the overall insufficient and competitiveness of the economy. The country will overcome the most its socio-economic challenges. The Department of Agriculture play a central role in coordinating the response to the three evil triple through purchasing land, settling people on it, and providing assistance post-settlement using the different government agencies. The ANC in its 55 conference took a resolution that the state must continue to acquire land, agricultural land for purpose for distribution to the previous disadvantaged persons, based on the constitutional principle of justice and inequitable access to land. Honorable Chair, House Chair, this is all due to our commitment to attaining the national democratic society. Government land reform program remains fundamental in addressing the above triple challenge. The budget allocated for the food security, land reform and redistribution program is indeed justifiable. Furthermore, the ANC support the further 676 million over the period that allocated to acquire 17,965 hectares, specifically to provide security to tenure to the farm dwellers and tenants, and further educate community on importance of this program. The African National Congress is supporting this budget. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, thanks, Babonan. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to. The objection of FF plus and TA are noted. Honorable members, Siakuba, now we're on vote 30, communication and dignitary technologies. I put vote 30, communication and dignitary technologies. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of the Rule 78, maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. EFF, Honorable Makwala.
It's Honorable Tafeni, Chair. As EFF, we don't have a declaration in this. We reject only this vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. ANC, Honorable TP Mamorobela.
I'm covered, Chair.
Thanks very much, Siakuba. The vote is agreed to. The objection of EFF, FF plus and DA are noted. Honorable members, now we are going to vote 31, employment and labor. I put vote 31, employment and labor. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of the vote in terms of Rule 78, maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. EFF, Honorable Ma Tebula.
It's Honorable Tafeni, Chair. Chairperson? Chairperson?
Yeah, but I'm listening.
Okay, it's Honorable Tafeni. I will do the declaration. Chairperson, as economic freedom fighters, we reject the proposed budget on employment and labor. We rejected the budget of a department that should actually hold the Department of Unemployment, as the unemployment rate in this country has continued to rise under its leadership, unabated without any viable solution to speak out. Instead of the ANC government create an economy that is conducive to create jobs for South Africans, especially youth, they are creating graduates that are nyawes in all the corners of the country. The street of KwaZakele or Duncan Village, Mdantsane, Butterworth, in the Ncop are all filled with black youth roaming the streets with no purpose. Year in, year out, Statistics South Africa draws a very scary picture of government failure to create jobs for South Africans. Unemployment is a serious issue in South Africa. It should never be a grandstanding PR opportunity like what the ANC government did the past week in Gauteng province, where the ANC government used government job opportunity for political electioneering
representing the 800 vacancies in Gauteng as ANC party program, and by advertising this government job through and as ANC program. So as EFF will reject this vote. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. DA, Honorable H.S. Boshoff. Yeah.
Honourable Chair, Minister Nexi, you and your government and your employment equity demonstrates contempt for racial minorities and will undermine social stability. This is so reminiscent of apartheid era manipulations. The reality is that your party has failed to grapple with your disastrous governance, and therefore you now resort to racial divisions and blame shifting to cover up for your policy failures. The only thing that you and your government will achieve is further significant damage to South Africa's fragile economic structure and undermine any prospects of growth and job creation. The DA and other civil societies will leave no stone unturned in affirming our commitment to unity and equality. We have the Constitution and the courts on our side. Come 2024, we will vote out this incompetent government who has fallen from 74% to 47% and is continuously falling. This will be done to ensure we save this country from further destruction and job losses. The DA, therefore, cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I would like now to call Honorable High ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I'm going to cut this speech short because I want to respond to this issue of the employment equity. The ANC support the appropriation bill and budget voted one for employment and labor. The department engages in programs which have supported the working class and the unemployed in seeking employment, preserving jobs, and ensuring financial support for workers through the entities which report to the Department of Employment and Labor. The department played a historic role to preserve jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic through the TERS payments from the UIF fund. Without doubt, this was a historic intervention which ensured that the working class families were able to withstand the harsh effects of the pandemic. The department, through the compensation fund, assists workers which face workplace injuries. Far too many workers are facing workplace injuries, and department has appealed to employers to ensure that health and safety legislation is enforced. Chairperson, let me quickly, before this 3 minutes expires. Chair, I just want to indicate that the employment equity was passed in 1998, the first time it was passed by government. We received every year a report from Employment Equity Commission. All of them, they indicate that there's no transformation that is taking place in the workplaces, in the private sector. Since 1998, every report, I can challenge members of the DA who read each and every report of the Employment Equity Commission. They'll see that there's no improvement in terms of the transformation in the workplace. Let me tell you what is the purpose of the Employment Equity Act. The purpose of the Employment Equity Act is to achieve equity in the workplace by promoting equal opportunities and fair treatment in employment through elimination of unfair discrimination. Now, the minister that you're referring to, the reason why the minister now is being given powers to intervene is because since 1998, there has been no transformation in the workplace. So this current bill is now providing the minister to identify sectoral numerical targets in order to ensure equitable representation and of suitable qualified people from the designated groups. So that's why then the minister is given this power, because employers have been given a right to self-regulate, but they're failing to do that. So now there's an intervention of the minister.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, you want us every day to go home, our sugar is up and the high price. No, comrade. Honorable members, we all have 3 minutes. No one is going to pass 3 minutes. 3 minutes. If your 3 minutes is over, please. Please, ungasayiqedeleli ngoba sisayizwa. Okay, honorable members, I have further been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is the division supported by the 4 delegates? Thanks very much, honorable members. A division being called, I will now allow a 15-second window to delegate who are outside the chamber and visual platform to join the House. Thanks very much, honorable members. We now proceed to the voting of the question. And the question is that the vote being agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Thanks, honorable members. Ngayehlisa izandla. Delegate who vote against. Honorable members, delegate who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Thanks very much, honorable members. You may lower your hands. Delegate to abstain. Are you abstaining? Okay, abstain. The counting is completed. Can I get
Chair?
speakers?
Chair Mthethwa, please must be noted. I've got a challenge of a network here.
Honorable members, the counting is completed. The host will lower the hands that we have done. Now, honorable members, the voting 31, employment and labor. In favor, it's 39. Against 20. Abstain 0. Honorable members, Before we go to vote 32, I would like us to go and drink tea for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, honorable members, the break is for 10 minutes.
Order, members.
Recording in progress.
Order, members. Members, let us be seated so that we can be able to continue. Honorable Proudence. I now put vote 32. Forestry, fisheries, and the environment. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote. EFF is Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Honorable Tafeni. As EFF reject vote 82, we are not declaration. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. DA is Honorable Labuskakne.
Honorable Chair, climate change, biodiversity, and sustainability is becoming buzzwords. The effects of climate change forces political parties to include that in their policies, forces governments to plan and manage it, and even forces the non-believers to recognize the changes in weather patterns. South Africa is a signatory to all the United Nations Conventions on Climate Change and Biodiversity, but the implementation of most of these agreements are being hampered by either a lack of political will and money or both. Organized crime syndicates are destroying our rhinos, pangolins, indigenous plants, abalone, and other fish stock without evidence of an urgency in efforts to combat all of this eroding our biodiversity. Mitigation and adaptation of biodiversity and climate change is a non-negotiable for the Democratic Alliance. The Western Cape is the first ever province with a Provincial Biodiversity Act, evidence of their commitment to enforce mitigation and adaptation plans for climate change and biodiversity to ensure conservation and sustainability of our resources and environment for the future. We do not support the vote.
Thank you. ANC, it's Honorable Modise.
Not surprised. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The African National Congress moved to support this budget vote. The Department of Forestry and Fishery and Environment is charged with ensuring the environmental protection, resource conservation, and equitable distribution of the advantage resulting from natural resource use for both a present day population and future generation. This is to be accomplished while giving the effect of the nation's rights and environmental that is not harmful to the health and well-being as stated in section 24 subsection B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which specifically state that all I quote, all South Africans have the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being, and to have the environmental protection for the benefit of the present and future generation, close quote. The department fulfill its mandate by formulating, coordinating, and monitoring implementation of the National Environmental Policies Program and legislation with additional support from each entity, such as Simangaliso and Marine Living Resource Fund. The department is structured into 9 programs to ensure the effective achievement of constitutional mandate. The 9 different programs and its purpose and reflective of the different focus area as subscribed of the environmental management. The objective of the current program structure is to ensure the specific attention is given to each mandate while acknowledging the interrelationship and ensuring that the integrated approach. The department is expanding the ocean economy and job creation for the communities in coastal area as well as those involved in forestry, and this must be supported. The National Development Plan vision is that by 2030, the South African transition is to end an environmental sustainable climate change, resilient, low carbon economy and just society will be well underway. The ANC support the appropriation bill for forestry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The vote is agreed to. The objection of EFF, FF Plus, and DA are noted. I now put vote 33, human settlement. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of section 78. EFF is Honorable Dlamini.
It's Honorable Chair.
Oh, Honorable He.
Thank you, Chair. Department of Women Settlement is mandated in terms of Section 26 of the Constitution of South Africa and Section 3 of the Housing Act of 1997 to establish and facilitate a sustainable national housing development process in collaborating with provinces and municipalities. Yet currently, there are over 2.5 million families in need of housing in this country, and the number is set to increase every year. This department has faced numerous challenges with the provision of affordable women settlement, and it has since its inception demonstrated its failure to eradicate the special legacy of apartheid and has instead redesigned and repackaged it. Whilst Black communities remain stagnant in the space of human settlement, it has also failed to ensure an effective housing development process and failed at supporting provinces and municipalities in the implementation of human settlements projects. We are currently standing on a housing disaster, whilst the minister at the helm of nothing. Chairperson, this department speaks up of upgrading informal settlements, but what is democratic about informal settlements, and why has there been no decisive effort to address the issue of land? Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. EA, it's Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Chair, while this selfish and tone-deaf ANC government remains obsessed with agricultural land, they fail to provide all South Africans with a basic full-service residential stand close to opportunities. Instead of making it easier for every poor South African to build their own home with the generational knowledge they have, this ANC government openly say they want to discourage people to build their own houses with the so-called Housing Consumer Protection Bill. This while we have a housing backlog of hundreds of thousands throughout this country that grows day by day. This government thrives on monopolies and that they can control and hold majority shares in at the cost of ordinary South Africans who try their best to help themselves as this government fails them.
We will not support this homeless and undignified ANC budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC is on, Honorable Nsube.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The African National fully supports the Human Settlement Budget 32. The Department of Human Settlement continues to bring housing, security, and comfort to our people, in particular the vulnerable groups in our society. By the end of this current financial year, which is also the end of the 6th administration, the department will have managed to achieve some of the targets set out in a medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024, in particular the breaking new ground housing target. The government housing delivery is no longer targeting the vulnerable groups, the unemployed people and the disabled. Our ANC-led government has expanded the scope to assist first-time home buyers who would normally be catered for by the private sector. Those whose monthly salaries are between 3.5 to 22,000. Through this program, the government is eliminating the buying and selling of BNG houses. Not only is the government providing housing for the first-time home buyers, but it's also involved in the housing project that seeks to reduce rental accommodation to be affordable to all the people, even those who have salaries below 3.5, who are normally forced to find accommodation in a backyard or in informal settlement. Indeed, the ANC-led government housing program is committed to ensuring that no one is left behind. Our support for the appropriation bill is also informed by the strides made by the department to eradicate mud houses in rural provinces. For most part, the government's housing delivery focused on urban areas. However, we are glad that is now formally targeting rural areas. I know that House Chairperson, the opposition normally likes to say that we have created a nanny state by building houses for our people. You can only do that as a caring government when you have a people like our people with the past that they have under your white rule, not building houses for them. And it's not you that who had suppressed our people. But we wish to say that if you are not the builder of a system, you are the benefactor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've further been informed.
Chairperson, the DA asked for division.
Is the division supported by 4 delegates? Yes. Division have been called. I'll now allow the 15-second for delegates who are outside the chamber and those that are outside the platform to join their house. Thank you. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Thank you. Thank you. You can now lower your hands. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Thank you. You can now lower your hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. The count is completed. The host will lower the hands. Voting is now closed. The table will submit the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 37, against, 19, abstaining,
0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 34, mineral resources and energy. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, it's Honorable Makwala or Tafen.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. It's Honorable Tafeni. As EFF reject the budget, we are not declaration.
Thank you. No declaration. GA, it's Honorable Fesser.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, in the 1980s, South Africa was the world's mining superpower. This industry was an important economic catalyst. The mining sector did not only provide employment and livelihoods to South Africans, but also to citizens of neighbouring countries such as Lesotho, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Sadly, in the last 17 years, this sector, historically regarded as thriving, is today a shadow of its former self, with a decline in production having fallen by 67% and employment by 41%. Consumers of these shiny metals are looking to other regions for supplies. Some of the factors contributing to this decline are beyond the purview of the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy, however many are. High labour costs, load shedding, criminality and policy uncertainty are some of the factors and bedevil the sector. As a consequence, more mines are either scaling or closing down, and thousands of South Africans are losing their jobs under the sleeping tiger's watch. Only yesterday, a snap polling by Unfiltered on SABC revealed that 87.4% believe the ANC can no longer be trusted leader of society. South Africans have had enough of a government that breaks everything it lays its hand on, a government whose policies have made them unemployed. 2024 national and provincial elections will be a defining moment in this history of our country, with the ANC in opposition benches. In good conscience, the Democratic Alliance cannot support vote 34. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC, it's Honorable Bibi Mama.
Diabonga Chairperson. Chairperson, African National Congress supports the appropriation bill budget of vote 32 since it is aimed at enhancing economic growth and inclusive development through transformation in the mining of energy sector, of which the DA in those years, 300 years, I'm reminding you, you never had any transformation when it comes to mining. And as regarding the mining sector policy, intends to improve the effective of the social labor to tackle the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in the mining communities while supporting local integrated development and strengthening the long-term resilient into affecting miners' laws. Honorable Smith says the senseless ANC. On my part, I say the sensible ANC. Why I'm saying that is because this government, iqinisekise ukuthi amakhosikazi abantu abamnyama ayaba-empowerisha ukuthi nabo babe nama-mines, of which that government of apartheid never thought that women can do and have a certificate so good have got a mine. That is African National. That is African National Congress government. Yes, we have got Women Diggers program to empower women. That you never had one. And we've got scale mining, support technical. That you never thought that we are going to have one. But our government, African National Congress, made a point that everyone has got an access in all those things. Firstly, the Electricity Regulation Act intends to incentivize investment of the generation of the network electricity market to enable dependent powers to compete directly with Eskom and the different customers categories. In turn, the entry of IPPS, the generation network introduced competition leading to significant decline of the high electricity tariff. Who did that, Njal? That apartheid government. We are in this situation because of that. We are amending these regulations because they never thought that umuntu omnyama uzophatha la in South Africa. And we are there to stay. Come 2024, whether you like it or not, Honorable Fesser, no, Honorable Smith, 2024. Yes. We are going to partner. Yes. Yes. Whether you like it or not. Secondly, the electricity pricing policy seeks to strengthen the capacity of
As you
national
conclude,
energy,
Mama.
okay, by regulation of the South Africa to send competitive prices and generation and transmission and distribution and tariffs. In the science and yes, at all, because we never thought ukuthi indle emnyama is going to have this privilege of polishing our policies. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you,
very
Mama.
much.
Malibongwe.
I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is the division supported by 4? Let me see the support. Division have been called. Now I'll allow the 15 seconds window to allow delegates who are outside the chamber and those who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. Thank you. We now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Thank you. You can now lower your hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. The count is completed. The host will lower all hands. Voting is now closed. The results are as follows. In favor, 38, against 17, abstention 0. The vote is agreed to. Thank you. I now put vote 35, science and innovation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, EFF, it's Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli. Missing in action. Then we can go to the ANC.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes.
I will take for Honorable Tuli, it's Honorable Tafeni.
Yes, Honorable Tafeni, you can continue.
Oh, Chairperson, since there is no network here, I want to switch off my video. It's Science and Innovation Channel.
Yes, it's Science and Innovation.
Okay, thank you, President. The Economic Freedom Party has rejected the proposed budget for science and innovation. The EFF wishes to state that the continued underfunding of the Department of Science and Innovation is at the center of this country's during developmental agenda. There seems to be deliberate attempts to undercut even departments that show a semblance of progress, potential or capacity, and this department is suffering to no different fate. The budget allocation for environmental innovation is a split in the face of the call for renewable energy and abandoning of fossil fuels, which has been used as a directionalist discussed to abandon the use of coal. Chairperson will reject this budget as EFF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ANC is Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress on Science, Technology and Innovation recognized the need for integrated scientific planning to support national economic development. We declare our support to the appropriation today because it reflects this integration for the growth and development of our country. Honorable members, it is no secret that advances in science and innovation cannot be achieved unless grounded in sound education and research policies, which have as their aim the maximum utilization of the full potential of all human resources in our country, and which allows for creative in scientific and technological research and design. We note the widest possible access to programs of education and training in scientific and technical field of all levels as a priority. The budget vote is that commitment of funding 600 interns trained and set ready for translating the knowledge into practical skills. Our government understands the need to include an environmental perspective in science and technology training and education. Hence, there is an investment and plans to hold engagement with 36 sciences, technology, and innovation leaders. This will bring the perspective strategy into practical outputs. We support the budget in ensuring that it will increase science journalism in our country to demonstrate the groundbreaking work done in our country. This is also assist in promoting maths and science amongst children and amongst the girl child, in the particular to address the gender inequality in the science. The ANC knows the department work on sector innovation and the green economy, which is the sub-program for the provision of the policy, strategy and direction for growth in strategy section for the economy. In the midst of our energy crisis, we need to leverage our science capabilities in our entities to aid the national load shedding response and the just energy transition to the green economic through science and innovation. You know what, Chair? The EFF even don't have a word, but they say government in waiting, oh shame, poor bona on 2024. The DA rejects the budget. So I don't know, because they are in government waiting in 2024. So it means to me they are the opposite of useful. Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports the budget.
Thank you.
35.
1 million members are there.
The vote is agreed to. The objection of EFF, FF Plus, and DA are noted. I now put vote 38, small business development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration. I now put vote 36, small business development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, it's Honorable Tafeni.
Chairperson, Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejected the proposed budget for small business development. As the EFF, we have stood on many platforms before and made it very clear that there is no need for this Department of Small Business, as there is no basis to separate small business from the trade and industry. Small business growth has become large, but this department has failed to assist small business with funding. This particularly concerning to note, as it's mainly small business which are owned by youth, Black business who need to meet rental demands in order to maintain their presence in malls and city centers have closed down because they have received no support from this ministry. In provinces such as the Eastern Cape, hawkers selling on the streets are violently removed from selling goods on the street. This is an ongoing issue that our people cannot own their rights in a rightful way. This increase of small businesses has been a huge amount of which it shows that our youngsters graduate for nothing other than to live in their homes without any jobs. As EFF, we rejected this vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. ANC, it's Honorable Mushodi. Oh,
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I will do it on behalf of Honorable Mshodi,
with pleasure.
and I'm Honorable Ncop. Honorable Chairperson, as African National Congress, we unequivocally support the adoption of this vote. In these difficult economic circumstances that the world and our country are under, SMEs and cooperatives are potentially the source of economic vitality and necessary engine for employment creation and economic growth. It is important to remind ourselves that life today for most of our citizens is better than it was under apartheid. Yes. Thousands of African and Black South Africans have access to finance and business support provided directly by the ANC-led government and the entities related to it. The domestic and global economy has been sluggish since the conflict in Ukraine and Russia broke out. The EU, for instance, is expected to grow at less than 1%, and the UK is projected to have negative growth. An IMF report suggests that 1/3 of countries worldwide may fall into recession this year. South Africa is not immune to these challenges. The South Africa situation is compounded by the energy challenge. Fellow South Africans, vote for the tried and tested organization, that is the ANC. It is better to vote for the ANC, than to waste your votes waste your vote for the DA and its alliance. Coalitions, South Africans, don't work throughout the whole world. Just look into what has happened in Tshwane and Joburg municipalities. It is a circus. How many times have they changed their mayors? From 2016, the city of Joburg has deteriorated to an unacceptable standards. Vote for the ANC come 2024. They talk a lot, but dololo service deliver. Don't be fooled by their great noise. Honorable House Chair,
as you conclude.
As I conclude, no, I did say it. As the African National Congress, we have a moral responsibility to support and develop, particularly the poor and the from the clutches of poverty and underdevelopment. And we believe this vote responds to that. I thank you. The ANC supports this budget vote. Amandla.
Thank you. Order. Honorable Ncube, it's a special delegate from Gauteng. It's a former provincial whip of Gauteng in this very NCOP in the past. The vote is agreed to. The objection of EFF, FF plus, and DA are noted. I now put vote 3-7, sports, arts, and culture. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF is going to be Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget vote for sports, arts, and culture, and there's no declaration.
Thank you. The ANC is going to be Honorable Ndongeni.
So,
Honorable Njandu. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Okay.
The African National Congress stands to support the appropriations for vote 37. It has strongly shown that the department and its entities have an investment focus on goals for our sports, arts and culture sector. Honorable Chairperson, having an understanding that a flourishing arts and culture life is vital to the well-being of our country. The prioritization and work the department has done in supporting arts education and training institutions must be recognized. The Minister announced the National Academy of Africa's Performing Arts, which is the initiative of Kaipas and Leta Semenya. And it is a completion stage with minor touch-ups on construction, which is supported by the department. The National Academy will offer professional arts training in music, dance, and drama. Such progressive development in arts give us hope for greater work that will be done by the department. The department is central to the ANC sports policy imperatives. It is key to the continuous inclusion of all marginalized groups in sports. The current enormous potential of sport in our country is in the fact that it is increasing being recognized around the world. Our sports have developed and demonstrated empowerment and promotion of the inclusion of women, the youth, rural communities, and people with disabilities. This is positive to see. It is one of the important work done by the redressing inequalities in sports to be able to ensure inequality. We are different in the work done by Minister Zizikot. We are confident in the work done by Minister Zizikodwa and the department as it is evident. The minister has announced that the department has been allocated a budget of 462 million this financial year to continue creating jobs in the cultural and creative industry. A total of 40,000 jobs will be created through the employment multiplier model used to create jobs in this industry. In the scarcity of employment and many other social factions, this work by the department to ensure that it can create jobs is greatly appreciated, and we will support the department in its strides to make a better country. The African National Congress support vote 3-7. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF, FF plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 38, tourism. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. The EFF, it's Honorable Matevula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We object as the EFF with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matevula. The DA is Honorable Osho.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
This declaration is for the Minister. Minister, with all due respect, the goose that lays the golden egg, namely the tourism industry, is at risk. With the ANC's government's protracted love affair with Russia, tourism is the largest contributor to the GDP, and yet this government cannot see through its eyelashes. So blinded is it. It is a question of to Russia with love. We have recently seen South Africa lose its bid to host a Formula One race at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit due to, amongst other reasons, its partisan ties with Russia. Minister, when will you sit down with your president and explain to him that this country is losing valuable revenue income due to its continued love affair that is costing the industry millions? You have passed this budget knowing that it is to the detriment of the tourism industry. And with all due respect, your legacy will not be worth the paper it is written on, as you will have nothing to show. And this budget reflects that. And therefore, the DA cannot support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The ANC is Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Over the years, the tourism sector has proven to be susceptible to negative impacts on the economy. This was evident through the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. During the unrest, as well as when the floods washed down a lot of small businesses and homes, causing devastating harm to livelihoods and lives of many, particularly in KZN and Eastern Cape and Northern Cape. That being said, this is a sector that equally proven to be resilient as we anchor a sector recovery that is fostered on inclusivity and transformation. Growing domestic and cultural tourism remains pivotal. Over the 2023 Easter weekend tourism spending is said to have increased by 127% across all 9 provinces, with the Eastern Cape contributing 136%, the Free State 114%, Gauteng 128%, Limpopo 137%, Mpumalanga 117%, the Northwest 110%, and the Western Cape 139%, with KwaZulu-Natal and Northern Cape coming in just short of 100%. Honorable members, this is a good sign indicating that the tourism sector is bouncing back. We are encouraged by the minister's feedback, which she gave in this house, indicating that the legal battles around the Tourism Equity Fund, which was challenged by the DA, have been resolved, and the funds will be disbursed to deserving businesses so as to help sustain and grow them and help them to meaningfully contribute to the economy. To this effect, 540 million rand over the medium term has been allocated to the TEF. The African National Congress welcomes that the overall budget allocation to the department increased by 0.87% in nominal terms when compared to the budget allocation in the 2022-23 financial year. We also note that 53% or 53.3% of this allocation goes to the NDT, the South African Tourism. To this end, we would like to call on the ministry, working together with the department, to expedite the resolution of the various competency issues that have been raised by members of Parliament as it relates to the board and the executive of SAT. The ANC supports budget vote 38 on tourism. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is the division supported by 4 delegates? Yes. Division have been called. I'll now allow 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and virtual platform to join the House.
Thank you. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. You can lower your hands. Thank you. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands.
Please, Chair, not Inokim Tetwa, sorry.
Thank you. The count is completed. The host will lower their hands. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. The count is completed. The host will lower their hands. Voting is now closed. The table will submit the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 39, against, 19, abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 39, trade, industry, and competition. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. EFF, it's Honorable Matevula.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the EFF will object and then with no declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. For ANC, it's Honorable MEC Kumalo.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC support this budget vote and the appropriation bill. Presiding officer, the problem in ons land is dat die begunstigdes van die onderdrukkende rassiste systeem van apartheid nie van verantwoordelikheid wil vat nie. Hulle kry wel meer vertroue en arrogansie. Dankie commissaris dat u ons pynslike verlede besoek het. Quickly in English, the problem in our country is that the beneficiaries of the oppressive racist system of apartheid do not want to take responsibility. Instead, they are gaining more confidence and arrogance. Thank you, Commissar, for visiting our painful past. Both investment and localizations require industrial funding and other support. In driving a developmental state, this support must come directly from the state. In the previous financial year, 30 billion was allocated for various incentives and industrial funding to be made available to firms based in South Africa. Substantial progress is being made with efforts to beneficiate our new material. For example, a large new steel mill is under construction in Jamestown that would use South Africa iron ore to produce flat steel product and bring competition to the upstream market, employing about 300 new workers from townships like Katlehong, #Nasispani. 10 new factories are in full production in the new Tswanis SEZ, employing over 2,500 workers, #Nasispani. And in March this year, the ANC-led government signed an MOU with the world's fourth biggest car makers, Stellantis, which manufactures cars like Chrysler, Peugeot, and Opel, amongst others, to explore the possible local assembly of their vehicles. This will have a greater spin-off for the South African economy, particularly small businesses. A number of successes were also achieved since the adoption of localization policy in products such as pharmaceuticals, dustware, food product, clothing, car component, and many others. A new cooking oil refinery will be opened in Richards Bay later this year. Building on this, 40 billion is allocated to the Department of Trade and Industry in additional local output and commitment for this financial year. The foundation for achieving this is the public-private partnership through which business are committing large sums of money to boost the local procurement. The companies who have made these commitments include Coca-Cola, Air Liquide, Shoprite, Checkers, PepsiCo, console glasses, Heineken, implant, Mercedes-Benz, VW, BMW, Ford, Nissan, Toyota, and Isuzu. These all start with the adoption of this vote. With the state not leading in investment, we will not see the industrialization and development we wish to see to transform our economy should we not support the adoption of this bill. There are some amongst us who reject this bill, but want the people of South Africa to vote for them. The people of South Africa must know that they are rejecting jobs and service delivery by rejecting this vote. We have a clear mandate of extricating the poor and unemployed from the clutches of poverty, and through this vote, we will be able to achieve that. The ANC support this vote. Nasi Spani, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Malmo.
MSC Kumalo. Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objection of EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 40, transport. I've informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. EFF, it's Honorable Tafeni.
And Mr. Chairperson, Chairperson, the EFF rejected the proposed budget for the Department of Transport. We reject the budget of department which are plagued with a number of challenges, which include lack of transport accessibility for our people, especially those living in rural areas. Transport needs such as safety, shorter travel times, less overcrowding, affordable taxi fares, reduce walking distance, and improve access to facilities remain a challenge for the Black majority of our people. Chairperson, we also reject the budget of a department whose minister gave a directive not to transport the general public on the 20th March 2023, when the EFF held peaceful protest in the form of national shutdown. As this clearly demonstrated that the interest of this department is interference and control of the public transport for selfish needs of the ruling party, more than ensuring that South Africans have safe and reliable public transport. The majority of South Africans, particularly Black, continue to be victims of robbers because of the lack of reliable and safe transport in this country. Most of the modes of transport available in South Africa are not maintained and old, making them a hazard to people. Thousands of motorists, especially young Black women who stay in township and rural areas, fall victim of crime next to our roads, as they always suffer tire burst and purchase because of the extremely bad road conditions in this country. I reject this budget vote. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. The DA, it's Honorable Brownseth.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, to the South African that this declaration is intended for, let me be clear. You need transport to facilitate the efficient flow of resources, the efficient movement of people, the efficient utilization of time. You want transport to be about efficiency. You want it to improve your human existence and experience. What South Africans get from this budget, is a mere continuation of the lofty and grandiose plans in the cheap ANC promise vernacular, especially related to public transport. The reality is that this department has failed to value, protect, and maintain key transport modes entrusted to it. Under their watch, this government has ensured, through a lazy disregard for any relevant protocols, a state of poor management capacity, corruption, inadequate security, which has led to theft, vandalism, and the neglect of infrastructure. Unless these basics of management are addressed, the situation will be much the same at the same time of the next budget appropriation. The DA, on the other hand, would merge PRASA and Transnet, and more than 1 billion rand will be saved every year. This saving can be used, for instance, to re-establish freight terminals along active transport routes instead of trying to make the current freight route configuration work. A 1 billion rand saving every year would go a long way to fixing infrastructure and securing assets. Despite the protestations of the governing party, this transport budget under its ANC control does not reflect the advancements of opportunities for the people of South Africa. Proof of this is abundant. Rail infrastructure maintenance investment will decrease by 55% from 42 million to 19.7 million rand. The road program budget will decrease by 32% from 60 billion to 42.6 billion. The aviation budget will decrease by 29% from 424.8 million to 314.5 million. In 2024, the electorate will approach the ballot box In 2024, the electorate will approach the ballot box thirsty for change. The DA is ready for the opportunity to be entrusted with government and the proper management of this department. Waza 2024, Waza. Siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC is Honorable Miemang.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supports the appropriation bill and budget vote 40 for transport because it is geared towards critical programs and projects to develop the transport sector. Amongst the programs is the PRASA, which has recently opened 13 rail corridors, and more will be opened in the coming year. This is part and parcel of the program to restore our rail stations, precisely by virtue of the fact that this program is aimed at benefiting the working class and the poor. Secondly, this program also supports the Central entity, which is engaged in many important road development projects in the different provinces, and prominent examples across our provinces. Number of bridges, Moloto Road are among the programs that we have indicated. But more than that, the marine transport and civil aviation function in South Africa on the highest international standards, and the country's safety record is second to none. The development of the transport regulator will ensure that the transport system is able to function on the cheapest possible cost to the consumer. Opposition parties which opposes this budget are opposing the development of the transport infrastructure geared towards economic development and job creation, as well as public transport development for the benefit of the working class and the poor, who depend on the efficient public transport. It is important to note, Chair, that the opposition are making noise because they have no concrete program for ensuring social delivery to historically disadvantaged communities, and therefore no program for transformation on the lives of ordinary people. Members of the DA and their ally believe they are the only ones entitled to live a dignified life. Everyone has a right to participate in the economic life of their country, and it is our responsibility and a moral responsibility as the African National Congress that represent the majority of the people of South Africa to ensure that the efficient public transport becomes a reality. The opposition is unable to positively contribute to the development of our country as they remain stuck in issues which affected our country in the past. They are not forward-looking to contribute positively to the sector, which is critical to the functioning of the economy. In conclusion, the ANC supports the budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Miemang. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the EFF, FF Plus, and the DA are noted. I now put vote 41, water and sanitation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.8. EFF is Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson.
Oh, it's Honorable Lehi. You can continue.
Chairperson, the EFF reject the proposed budget vote for water and sanitation. A department that has committed violations to the right to access water and sanitation are unacceptable high in the country, with most violations taking place in rural and informal communities. In Springbok, in Northern Cape, the sewage infrastructure in that remote town is failing at a dramatic rate due to neglect over the past 30 years. So much so that its sewage works are now scoring a major 30% of less or 30 less in the green drop assessment. In a eThekwini metropolitan municipality, 19 out of the 27 wastewater treatment plants work, leading to raw sewage spilling into the ocean and other freshwater reservoirs, risking the lives of people and biological life in that area. In Sekhukhune district of Limpopo, Minister, residents have experienced a chronic water crisis which has persisted for decades and which has left communities in and around that region without water. 23 people have died in Hammanskraal due to sheer negligence. Chairperson, we reject this budget.
Thank you. IFP, it's Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP supports the budget vote and would not want to make any declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pungane. DA, it's Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chair, firstly, I want to congratulate my colleagues here next to me and say we must be very proud of ourselves because we keep the ANC accountable. They stayed in this house. It took quite a long time to learn them to be responsible and represent the people of South Africa. But at long last, they started taking that serious. So well done to the DA. Honorable Chair, a water and sanitation time bomb is running out of time as the ANC has failed to ensure planning and stole the budgets that was supposed to build the necessary bulk water infrastructure to increase capacity for growth. Secondly, the word maintenance does not exist in the ANC vocabulary. And now all the infrastructure is starting to collapse around us. As it is far beyond its expected lifespan. South Africa now sits with electricity blackouts, water blackouts, sewer fountains and rivers all over running down the streets and creating sewer wetlands, for example, in Kimberley, all over, exposing poor people and children to waterborne diseases like cholera that has now already started to showing its ugly head in quite a few provinces. We will not support this empty promises budget that leaves people with taps with no water. Chairperson, I want to say to South Africans, if you sit with a tap without water, register to vote. If you sit in an area where the sewer is running down your street and surrounding your house, register to vote. I want to say to South Africans, if you are tired of water shedding and load shedding, register to vote because the power to the registered. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC is going to be Honorable Moss.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress fully supports the water and sanitation budget vote 41. Keep quiet, please. As tabled by Minister Tunu and the two Deputy Minister and the Director General have turned the department around to respond to its mandate to ensure that our people have access to safe and clean drinking water. And a dignified sanitation infrastructure. Speak to Kayalicha, Kukuletu, and those areas who don't have proper sanitation and water. Keep quiet. As the African National Congress, we are now beginning to see improvements, not only in its relation to audit outcomes, but in its case to build capabilities to deliver the big water and sanitation infrastructure projects across the country, not only in the Western Cape. The department has managed to fill almost all the vacant senior management positions, and most important, has employed more than 800 scientists and technicians. That is important. That is skills. We not only appreciate the role the department is playing in the reducing the rate of unemployment, but we also commend the department for managing to recruit the critical skills that our government so much desire to address some of the technical problems within our sector. We call on the department to deploy staff with critical skills to the struggle water services authorities through the utilization of the district development model.
Order, members.
Divided Maxir. Members, the basis for our support is derived from the commitment by the department to amend the Water Service Act to insert provisions to empower the minister to directly intervene in struggling water service authorities, such as that of the city of Tshwane, particularly for those white Afrikaner who have to sit in the water on the water boats. We are of the firm believe that the Korea outbreak and the loss of life could have been avoided if the minister had been empowered to intervene in another sphere of government. Yes. Most important, as the African National Congress, we support the Appropriation Bill because the department continues to roll out water and sanitation infrastructure to our communities, ensuring in realizes its constitutional obligations of providing people with clean, safe drinking water and sanitation, not like in Guguletu.
Thank you.
Even our own constituency, Danun.
Thank you.
Proper sanitation system.
Thank you, Honorable Boss. Thank you.
Not PSA, I'm deployed. My
Thank you.
Don't have
Honorable Boss, thank you.
sanitation.
Thank you.
The ANC, ground.
Order, members. I've been informed that the DA wishes to call for a division. Is the division supported by 4 delegates? Okay. Division have been called. I'll now allow the 15-second window to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the House. Thank you, honorable members. We are now proceeding to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands now. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. The count is complete. The host will lower all hands. You can lower your hands. Delegates who abstain, please raise your hands. Voting is now closed. The table will submit the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 38. Against, 28. Abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. It's 2-8. But okay. Order members. In favor, 3-8. Against, 1-8. 18. Abstention, 0. The vote is agreed to. The vote is agreed to. Honorable delegates, I now put the schedule. Are there any objections? It's a DA noted. Any other?
EFF note.
The schedule is agreed to. Thank you. I'll now invite the chair to deal with the third order, which will be the last one for the day. Honorable Chairperson Tate Masondo.
No, thank you very much. We will then proceed to the third order. The third order is consideration of appropriation bill B3 2023, National Assembly Section 77, and a report on select committee on appropriation thereon. Announcement tablings in the committee reports 14 June 2023, page 89. So what do you do? Okay. It does appear as if we must go back to the schedule there and formally adopt it. I guess what we need to do is to find out from delegates and members, those who are in favor, to formally go through the process. Those in favor? Yeah. Yes. Are you counting? Okay. Are you done?
So, Chairperson, will there be an opportunity to make a declaration on the entire bill?
Just
on the record. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Sorry. Honorable. Okay. Let's then go through the motion. Those against, please, let's have your hands. Yes, just an indication of whether you support or not. But let's formally formalize it like we've gone through this motion this side. Those against, please raise your hands. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining, none. Abstentions, none. See, now you do this kind of thing. The problem. In favor, 38, against 17, abstentions 0. Thank you very much. Let's then move on to the third order. As indicated before, third order consideration of appropriation bill B3 2023, National Assembly, Section 77, and report of select committee on appropriation thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 14 June 2023, page 89. I now call upon Honorable DG Mahlangu, Chairperson of Select Committee on Appropriation, to present the committee report. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you. Mhlali ngaphambili angibawe ngokuzithoba nokuhlonipha ukuthi ngingakhuluma nendlu ihlezi phansi ngemvumo yakho.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, ngiyathokoza. Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip, honorable members, MECs, permanent and special delegates present, banbekhethu beSouth Africa. Angitsho ukuthi sihlalo ngemvumo yakho ngaphambi kokuthi ngibeke i-report ebuya ku-appropriations engiyijameleko ihlala kiyo. Ngitsho ukuthi ebantwini bekhaya sitshaba seSouth Africa ngiyathemba ukuthi namhlanje sikoko kwenzekile na kunivula amehlo ukuthi nibone ukuthi nithumela abantu abanjani nanithumela abantu ukuthi banijamele abantu abazwisisako ukuthi nangabe asiyenzi ibudget mara banithembisa ukuthi bazoninikela ama-services bazawayenza ngani umbuso kuza kuba khona na abasibabuzeni lokho manje amalayi agabululiwe abantu bazivezile bavele echachalazeni sibabonile. Honorable Chairperson, it is once more my privilege and honor to table before this August House a report on the Appropriations Bill B3 of 2023 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations. The committee adopted the report, while the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front Plus rejected the report. And funny enough, this time, the EFF reserved its position. The bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance on the 9th of May 2023 and was referred to the Select Committee for concurrence on the 8th of June 2023. The bill outlines various provisions that govern the utilization of appropriated funds for the 2023-24 financial year, while acknowledging the current harsh economic realities. Honorable Chairperson, the committee received a brief from the National Treasury and further consulted with the FFC and the PBO. The Money Bills Act, read with Section 72 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, also mandates the committee to conduct public hearings and reports to the House on inputs received. This has been implemented by the report, Chairperson. The report has been 80 seat. I will just summarize. Honorable Chairperson, we have processed the bill and made observation, and thereafter came with recommendations. And the recommendations are as follows: that upon gazetting the appropriation bill B3 of 2023, which proposes the overall allocation, excluding direct charges, of 1.08 trillion rands for the 2023-24 financial year across the financial departments, the Minister of Finance should ensure that specific measures are taken to make sure that these funds are utilized for their intended purpose and according to the approved departmental plans, as any spending deviation resulting from poor planning is unacceptable. Also, that National Treasury, together with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, should within 60 days of the adoption of this report ensure that measures to prevent irregular and fruitless expenditure are established across all departments as required by Section 38, subsection 1, C, Roman figure 2 of the Public Finance Management Act of number 1 of 1999 to safeguard the budget. This includes developing a clear regular expenditure register, which should be updated regularly as part of the necessary control measures. That National Treasury, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should, within the 60 days of adoption of this report, come up with a plan to ensure that officials who violate supply chain management and other public finance regulations are held accountable and even prosecuted. Honorable Chairperson and their honorable members, when the executive authority discovers any irregular expenditure, according to Section 38H, together with Section 81 of the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 1999, should be implemented immediately to address the irregularities. These provisions set out clear steps to consequence management, including disciplinary processes. Honorable Chairperson, the National Treasury, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should also, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, develop a clear plan to ensure that the internal audit personnel across departments are adequately capacitated by recruiting properly qualified people, and that independent audit committees are established to ensure that effective and efficient internal controls and risk management systems are well maintained and address non-compliance. Department of Transport, together with Mpumalanga Provincial Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport, should within 90 days of the adoption of this report, develop a plan to ensure that the construction of the Moloto Corridor project between Limpopo, Mpumalanga and Gauteng is prioritized given the amount of fatalities on the Moloto Road. This should include all other strategic road infrastructure projects that could assist government to address road accidents whilst improving transportation of goods and services. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, the National Treasury, together with the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities, should within 60 days of the adoption of this report, put measures in place to ensure that adequate resources are allocated for the implementation of National Strategic Plan to ensure that gender issues, including those of the LGBTQIA+ community, are realized. The committee supports gender budgeting and urges the department to ensure that approved plans are aligned to allocations in order to realize this dream that we've been dreaming. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Health should, within 60 days of adoption of this report, urgently fast-track the reintroduction of the State Liability Amendment Bill in order to make provision for periodic rather than once-off payment for claims, while also ensuring that the necessary reforms are implemented for medical legal cases, including a new model for processing claims. Honorable members and Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Basic Education should also follow suit within 60 days of the adoption of the report, develop a clear plan to ensure that value for money earmarked for education is being realized, given that education is one of the largest budget items. The committee, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, is of the view that a balance between adequate resources and the quality of teaching is needed in order to address the issue of a majority of grade 4 learners reportedly not being able to read for meaning. Honorable Chair, adequate resources are also required for the Early Childhood Development Program as a foundation for the entire system. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, the department must develop a clear plan to fast-track the eradication of inappropriate structure, including ablution and sanitation facilities and overcrowding in schools. The National Treasury, together with the Department of Public Enterprise and the Board of the South African Airways, should, within the 60 days of the adoption of this report, develop measures to ensure that no public funds are used to bail out the SAA, having secured a strategic equity partner which owns 51% shares of the entity. Honorable Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank honorable members who participated in the processing of this bill as the members and the support staff. Angithokoze khulu kuwe Mgcini Sihlalo. Ngithokoze khulu nakumalunga wakaKhongolose laba abaye babetha ama-uppercut. Angithokoze.
No. No, thank you very much. Honorable members, we now move on to declaration of votes by basically posing the question, is there any party that wishes to make a declaration? Yes, the Ryder.
EFF.
We'll start with Ryder, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, the bill before us should be rejected in totality. Chairperson, just look at your own report and read it. It lists extensive reasons why this bill is flawed. There are 18 observations highlighting the concerns of the committee and 18 time-sensitive recommendations demanding urgent attention. There's an underspending on defence that is resulting in a breakdown of equipment and the evaporation of the ability of the president to snap his fingers when the police have failed and call on the SANDF to step into the breach. And yes, while overspending on VIP protection continues, just take a look at the latest debacle where we sent a huge group of protectors to sit on a plane in Poland. While that continues, the spending on the safety of normal South Africans remains insufficient. I grant you that I would also not want to give the current minister 1 cent more, but the reality is that the men and women in blue, Honourable Sheikh, deserve better. The budget that we're giving them now gives them broken down vehicles and crumbling down buildings. The public of South Africa deserve more. Policing has been totally hollowed out as the ANC has pushed its agenda of undermining the rule of law. The basic education allocation is 1/3 of the higher education budget. How do you justify that when only 7% of South Africans reach tertiary education? What is the governing party hoping to achieve with this? How do we expect to lift South Africans out of poverty if we do not prioritize education for all? The Woods agenda is being furthered by the ANC as the majority of South Africans receive inferior education. Yes, we are approving a budget today that prioritizes the safety of ministers above that of people, that keeps our people trapped in poverty, that apportions money for grants and then sets the criteria for qualification so high that the grants cannot be claimed and then the funds are reappropriated to bail out failed state-owned enterprises. A budget that spends too much on paying the cadres that the governing party has placed throughout government, drawing salaries, but not providing services to South Africans. Do not misunderstand this. There are many committed, hardworking bureaucrats, but the proportion of good to bad has been in decline for years now, and we are reaching a tipping point. And here we sit, honorable members, as the NCOP. We're going to approve this because that is what you're being asked to vote on today. Members, I believe that we should agree with the report, all except the conclusion. The report tells us much of what is wrong with the budget and then suggests the adoption in spite of all of its own evidence. As Honorable Ncop said earlier, reject this budget in solidarity with the provinces that we say we represent, in solidarity with the people of South Africa who we say we represent. Vote no. We deserve a better budget, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, Waza 2024.
Thank you very much. Any other party wishing to make a declaration?
EFF Chairperson.
EFF Chair.
Who's that?
Okay, Muletsani is here. Muletsani is here.
Yeah, please announce yourself.
It's Muletsani Chairperson. Unfortunately, I can't open the vid.
Muletsani, yes,
video.
please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Appropriation Bill. The House Chairperson, the Appropriation Bill is a bill that is introduced and passed by both houses of Parliament every year because it is a legal instrument that we, as elected members of Parliament, make allocation of money to be spent by national departments. This legal instrument is not a national treasury legislation, but it is our legislation. The Minister of Finance, together with the National Treasury, are only entrusted to make proposals. As a chairperson of the Standing Committee of the Appropriation had said, the Appropriation Bill allocates 1.1 trillion to national departments. We have rejected the bill in its totality because it continues to be based on the principles of the budget cuts, austerity measures, and the obsession with reducing budget deficit when there are no practical and believable measures to use fiscal policy to support economic growth and deliver service to our people at a time when the country is facing crisis of load shedding. We reject the appropriation bill because there is no allocation of additional funding for generation and additional power because the plan is to
Honorable Mletsane, let's try again.
The plan, sorry, Chair, I want to finish for Muletsane. The plan is collapsed Eskom. We rejected this bill because the majority of our local municipalities.
Honorable Mletsane.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mletsane. No.
I'm Tafedi, Chair.
Sorry,
I'm
we've
member
lost
Tafedi.
you. So we'll
I'm
proceed to the
member
next, political party wishing to make a declaration.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, Chairperson. Sorry,
Please
Chair.
proceed. Eunice, please proceed.
Chairperson, it's negativity, negativity, negativity. Overwhelmingly, we're drowning in it, drowning. It's not just blah, blah, blah. It's blabber, blabber, blabber. If you listen to them, yes, of course there are problems. Even the ANC president says so. It's there in the public domain. We put up the Zondo Commission. Which party would do that? Now, here it is. You see, here it is, Chairperson. Here it is. It's all negativity. Chairperson, you are the father of this house. Okay? I think you have a responsibility, Chairperson. It might be even constitutionally sound to steer them into an institution for collective therapy. They're in depression. They're in severe depression. Chairperson, the house ends tomorrow. On Friday, as the father of this house, Chairperson, this is a family, it's a house, okay? Take them to the local institution here and leave them there until they have their antidepressants and are redeemed. Chairperson, if you listen to them, it is as if we're unable to speak right now. The mic system's not working. That we are unable to have lunch. That we are unable to have tea an hour ago. That when we get out of here, we'll have to walk back to our homes or villages. Because you see, Chairperson, the way they present it, there's no petrol available. That the cars cannot even go on the roads because the roads are not functional. And you know what? They won't be able to take flights back home tomorrow because the planes are not functioning. The airport is disheveled. Yet, on the other hand, just let them go 10 minutes from here and they'll see a world-class soccer stadium. Let them go 15 minutes from here, they can get even the party that loves this Louis Vuitton uniforms in red, okay? They can get Versace. You can go to Paris or London or wherever. It's the same thing. We are nowhere near the failed state they present. And actually, although primarily it is our responsibility as a governing party to rescue this country, our responsibility. Instead, we get no concrete alternatives. Take the EFF Chairperson. With due respect to Moletsane, Mr. Moletsane, he's a lovely person. But can I ask him whether he withdrew his 2021 speech? It's exactly the same with a few words changed, right? The EFF, I can predict what Mr. Dennis Ryder is going to say. I don't even know whether he believes all that he says. But it's utterly absurd for him to say that we've gone back to the Vervoeden area on education. Look at the numbers in schools today, the percentages there. Look at the numbers at the universities. What more can you ask for? It's ridiculous to say that. It's surrealistic. We are saying, let's work together. Chairperson, in democracies, the opposition must oppose. But not opposition for opposition's sake. Not opposition as mindless as this is. We, in every party, we have a national interest, Chairperson, no matter which party we come from, whatever our differences of view, especially in a house like the National Council of Provinces, where party political lines should be subdued to provincial and local interests. We should work together. Chairperson, nowhere else. Look at John Steyn, and Mr. Steyn isn't appearing on BBC and saying the things he does. Look at somebody said to me, how can this person, and not an ANC person, a journalist said to me, how can this person say that, this tone-deaf leader, they go out to destroy this country instead of working with us?
Point of order, Chairperson.
This is not opposition. This is not progress. Where's Colin Egland? Where's Stuart?
Point of order, Chairperson.
Where's Dean Smuts? Where are all those people? You're a disgrace to Helen Suzman. Thank you.
But your time is up.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to...
Chairperson, that was 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Watch the
now allow 15-second window for delegates who are outside of the chamber and official platform to join the house.
Nothing.
15 seconds. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. We'll start with those who are voting in favor, please indicate. No, thank you very much. We'll proceed to those who wish to vote against, please indicate. You're done, you're done. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can lower your hands. We'll now move on to those who are abstaining. Any abstentions? No, none. Voting is closed. And the results from the table are as follows. In favor, 38. 38 against 16. 16. Abstentions 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable members, at this point, allow me to thank all MECs, permanent delegates, special delegates, and SALGA representatives who are present here in the chamber, as well as those who are on virtual platform. That, honorable members, concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Siyabonga, Chair.
Siyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Kaya go,